Necromancer of the Shadows Chapter 201-240. Chapter 201 No Way Out. Evan was startled when someone suddenly tapped on his shoulder and almost jumped down from his moving hoverboard. He quickly turned around to see who was behind him, and was stunned when he saw a smiling busty beauty behind him. The female behind him was a rank hunter he saw earlier. He stopped his hoverboard, and jumped down from it while looking at her with furrowed eyebrows. He doesn't understand why she came here. Lil looked at Evan with an amused look when he jumped away from her. She received an order to capture this guy this morning. She was thinking it would be a pain to search for him in the city, and capture him, but surprisingly earlier she noticed him while Aaron was telling other hunters about the new situation of the orc den. At that time she used one of her skills, and left a mark on him so that she will be able to find him easily. She was keeping an eye on the mark all this time, so that she will not lose his location. "Do you need something from me?" Evan asked her after jumping down. Even though his expressions were calm outside, he was thinking about how he can run away from here. He can't understand why she came here. He doesn't even know her, and from the way she was looking at him, he can feel something is not right. She is an A-rank hunter. If she decided to kill him, he has no way to resist. Even with shadow energy, he wasn't sure about doing anything against her. Shadow energy can last just for 1 or 2 seconds, but he doesn't know if it can increase his power to A rank. Plus, if he uses shadow energy and Lil sensed danger, she can fly into the sky. If she flies into the sky, he will not be able to do anything even with shadow energy. "I need you to come with me," Lil answered Evan's question with the same smile on her face. "Come with you? Why?" Evan asked with a raised eyebrow. "Nothing much. One of my friends asked me to bring you," Lil said while shrugging her shoulder. "Someone asked her to bring me over." Evan looked at her with a confused look, then he thought about something and asked, "Are you talking about Jeffrey?" In Aquaville City, the only person he can think of who wants to meet him can only be Jeffrey. He came here for the first time, so he can't think of anyone else. A look of confusion appeared on Lil's face for a moment when she heard the name Jeffrey, but it instantly disappeared and she nodded her head. "Yes, it's Jeffrey who asked me to bring you over." Seeing her, Evan can easily tell she was lying. Just what the hell she wants with me? Evan thought while trying to figure out a way to escape from here. Seeing Evan did not say anything after hearing her, Lil clicked her tongue. She can already see that he is not going to come with her just because she is asking. She could have easily knocked him out earlier and brought him with her, but if she knocked him out, she will have to carry him all the way back to the city. Even though it is nothing much for an A-rank hunter, she still finds it troublesome to carry someone. She was hoping he will follow her with his own free will and she will not have to carry him. "Hey, you should know if I want to bring you with me, you can't do anything. Don't you think you should just obediently follow me? It will save both of us from troublesome things." The smile on Lil's face disappeared and she asked while looking at him without any expression. Even though it pains him, Evan knew she was right. Currently, he can't do anything to her. If he uses shadow energy and fails, it will be even more dangerous for him. He will lose most of his power after using shadow energy, because his body is too weak to witness its power. Plus, Lil will definitely try to find out about shadow energy if she sees him using it. Damn it, I should have absorbed those cores earlier. Even though it was risky, Evan can't help but curse thinking about his current situation. If his monarch core advanced to C rank, he might have a chance to escape from here, but in his current situation, he can't think of anything that can help him. Alright, Evan decided to go with her after thinking about all the things. From the looks of things, he can tell that she doesn't want to kill him, and there is no way he will be able to escape from her even if he tries. There were just 2 options for him: either he goes with her while being conscious, or go with her while being unconscious. It was no surprise he chose to go while being conscious. If he is unconscious, there is no way he will be able to escape from her, but if he is conscious, he might get a chance to get away from her. Good. Layla nodded her head and smiled after hearing his response. If he refused, she would have to carry him all the way. Of course, in return, she would have given him a good beating before he passed out. After he agreed, they once again started to move towards the city. All this time Evan was looking for an opportunity to escape. Sadly he did not get any opportunity even when they were about to reach the city. Lil already took away his phone and storage ring. Even if he secretly wanted to send a message to Jeffrey, he can't do that without his phone. When he was near the city, he thought about asking for help from the guards at the entrance. Although he knew there were very low chances that they could help him, he still had to try something. He has no information where she will take him after entering the city. Asking for help from the guards might be his last chance, but when they were just 1 kilometer away from the city gate, even before he could react, Lil gave Evan a karate chop and his vision turned black. Bang, bar bang, bar bar bang. "This one is good," said a person while banging his fist against a closed metal door. "Let's change the rhythm for a bit," the person said and started to bang his fist against the door in a different rhythm. The person has back hair, a fair face, and abyss black eyes. He was inside a small room with nothing but a bedsheet which was laying on the floor. A small bathroom was attached to the room, and the person was knocking on the door with his eyes closed. The person was obviously Evan. It has been 5 days since he was abducted by Lil. After receiving a karate chop from her when he woke up again, he found himself inside this small room. After waking up he mumbled some second-rate lines like "What happened? Where is he? Who bring him here?" And then like his mind started working, he remembered all the things. Since then he is trapped inside this small room. During these 5 days, he didn't hear anything from Lil. He tried to ask from the person who brings his meals every day, but that person doesn't speak anything, and he can't even kill him to escape from here because that person never opens the door, and sent his food inside through the small gap between the door and the floor. Because of being imprisoned in a small room where you can't hear anything other than the sound of footsteps that comes when the person delivers the food, and little to no space for moving, Evan was going insane. Plus, from the inside, the room was completely white including the metal door. Seeing just white all day makes his mind dizzy. He was feeling like he was thrown into an endless sea of white where there is no one else other than him. Instead of a room, it was a mental torture chamber for him. Not being able to do anything in a place like this, all he can do was to make some sounds while banging on the door to not go insane. "I will fucking kill that bitch once I got out from here," Evan thought while keeping his eyes closed and continuing to make sound with the door. He feels dizzy just by opening his eyes and seeing all white around him. These past 5 days can be said to be the worst nightmare of his life. If he doesn't make the sound with the door and sits there doing nothing, he will start to hear the sound of his own heartbeat because of the deathly silence. After that, other sounds like breathing, the sound of blinking eyes, gurgling of the stomach, all kinds of sounds will make him lose his sense of sound. He won't even be able to stand up properly because of losing his sense of sound in a place where you can't see anything other than an endless white desert. Suddenly, other than the sound of the metal door, Evan heard the sound of approaching footsteps. Honestly, he wasn't sure why they didn't make this room soundproof, because it would have been even more torturous for the person being imprisoned there, but it was not like he is complaining because hearing a sound that is not of the metal door give him some relief. After a moment, a plastic plate with some rice and a strange curry came sliding inside from below the door. Hearing the sound of plates sliding, Evan didn't open his eyes, but he stopped banging his fist against the door. "Oi, where is that bitch?" Evan said, but his voice came out louder than he wanted. He wasn't even able to control his own voice because of his distorted sense of sound. Even though he asked the question, Evan didn't expect any reply from the other side. "So you still haven't lost your mind, huh?" But surprisingly someone spoke, and it was the voice of the person he wanted to kill the most currently. Evan felt his anger rising just hearing that voice, but he tried his best to stay calm. "Didn't you say you brought me here because someone wants to meet me? Then where is that person, and why am I being imprisoned here?" "Well, the person who asked me to capture you is not in the Aquaville city. When I informed her I captured you, she asked me to bring you over, but currently, I'm busy with some important tasks, so I told her I will bring you once I finish my work here." He heard Layla's voice and raised an eyebrow. He paid attention to the word "she," which means the person who wants to capture him is a female. Is Olivia the one behind all this? Evan can't help but think after hearing her. He wanted to ask her, but she spoke once again. As for the reason why you are being kept in this room is that she asked me to break your mentality before I bring you there, so you can expect more things in the near future. This room is just the beginning. It will take me at least 1 month to complete my business here. In this 1 month I will let you experience different kinds of things, Lil said while laughing a little. Evan felt anxiousness and anger at the same time after hearing her. Hey BCH, why don't you open the door, and then let's see who is going to break whose mentality. Oh, why should I do that? Currently, I don't have time to waste on a weakling like you, but don't worry, once I erase all the evidence that I was behind the creation of that orc den, I will play with you to my heart content, Lil said to Evan and started to walk away from the without waiting for his response. On the other hand, Evan was also stunned when he heard what she just said. What does she mean by saying she was the one who created the orc den? She is behind the creation of that orc den? When Evan heard those words, suddenly he remembered something. Before he joined the mission of the orc den, he read about its details. In the details, it was mentioned that the orc den might be created because of the dungeon outbreak. They suspected that there might be a dungeon somewhere deep within the mountain range, but now Layla just said she was behind the creation of that orc den. If what she just said is true, then doesn't this mean she knew where the dungeon is located, and she can somehow cause an outbreak in it? Evan thought and remembered what Valerie told him when she was giving him details of Carlos. Valerie told me the current dungeon outbreaks that are happening all over might be caused by the Dark Guild, and now that BitH just said she was behind the creation of that orc den, which means she somehow caused an outbreak in that dungeon. Doesn't this mean she is someone from the Dark Guild? Evan took a deep breath and tried to calm down. All this time he was wondering why he was being held here, and who wanted to capture him, but after hearing what Layla just said, he finally understood why he is being held here. Even though it was just his speculation, he was 90% sure that she is someone from the Dark Guild. He can't think of anyone else who will capture him. Damn, I completely forget about them since they did nothing after I came back from the Frost World dungeon. Evan cursed and became anxious. He wasn't sure who asked Layla to capture him, but since that person can even ask an A-rank hunter to do his bidding, doesn't that mean she is at least A+ rank or might even be an S-rank hunter? If he can't escape from here now, he might never get a chance later on. Did they somehow find out that I was the one who killed Carlos? Evan thought and found it was quite possible. If they really found out that I was the one who killed Carlos, they will surely ask me how I killed him, even though I was just a D-rank hunter at that time. The more he thinks about it, the more he found his situation troublesome. What will they do if they found out I have 2 cores? Evan can't help but shuddered thinking about what will happen. My monarch core is inside my heart. What will happen if they took out my heart? What a stupid question. Of course I will die if they took out my heart, Evan thought and stood up, but when he stood up, he wasn't able to balance himself properly. Seeing all white around him made his mind dizzy and he once again closed his eyes. Fu King lose of senses. Evan cursed and sat down once again. Previously he thought since they just locked him here, and didn't kill him, he might be safe. But now that he knew it is the Dark Guild who is behind all this, he can't keep his composure. Plus there was another problem. There is no freaking way I can endure 1 month's imprisonment here, Evan thought and made up his mind. Even though Layla already took away his storage ring and other equipment, including the armor and the concealment ring he was wearing, he still has all of his important things in his shadow storage. Even the cores that he needs to advance are in his shadow storage. Because of the danger of advancing here, he did not use them in the past 5 days, but now that he knew his life might be in real danger, plus he has to stay in this place for 1 month, he couldn't care less about the fact that he might get in more serious trouble if he tries to advance. Even if Layla finds out something is happening here and came to stop me, I can use shadow energy and try to kill her. In this closed-up space I will have a higher advantage while using shadow energy, Evan thought and took a deep breath. In the wilderness, he didn't fight against her using shadow energy, because the chances of success in that open space were very low. He can get a boost for only 1 or 2 seconds, and killing her in that open space was very hard. But here in this closed-up space, if he used shadow energy, the chance of killing her was very high. And there was another problem that was bothering him. What if nothing happened even after I advance my core to C rank? This was the main cause of Evan's nervousness. If his monarch core advanced normally and he doesn't get any class from it, he was sure that it will be close to impossible for him to escape from here. He might become powerful enough to kill B rank hunter easily after his monarch core advance, or he might even be able to kill B+ rank hunter somehow, but without getting a class it was impossible for him to do something against an A rank hunter. Actually, he knew that even if get a class, the chances of him being able to kill Layla is very low. After all, A rank hunters are not someone you can kill easily. He knew all this, but he still wanted to advance, because even if he don't become strong enough to kill an A rank hunter, he might get a class or skill which can help him escape from here. Currently, he just wanted something that can help him escape from here. He was fine as long as he can escape from here. As for taking revenge against Lil, he can do that anytime once he is strong enough. After making up his mind, he was ready to absorb the cause, but he did not start to absorb the cause immediately. He waited for few hours because he knew Lil might still be there since she just delivered his food. After 3 hours, Evan used his shadow storage and took out the C+ rank cow from it. There is no point thinking about useless things. Let's just advance and see what will happen. Evan pushed back all the worries he was feeling and put the C+ rank core into his mouth. The C+ rank turned into energy, and that energy rushed towards his monarch core, who greedily absorbed all of it. After absorbing all the energy from the C+ rank core, he took out the B rank core that he got from the orc earlier. After taking a deep breath, he put the core inside his mouth. Just like before, this core also turned into energy, and went toward his monarch core. Just like last time when he absorbed the B rank core, he felt an uncomfortable feeling spreading all over his body. Because of the high amount of energy that the B rank core holds, he didn't lose focus because of the uncomfortable feeling, and fully focused on the level of his core. The amount of energy was way larger than the last time. His monarch core continued to absorb the energy and was very close to leveling up. Just a little more, Evan muttered after absorbing all the energy. He used his shadow storage and took out the last B rank core. His heart was beating loudly as he looked at the B rank core in his hand. After absorbing this core, he was sure his core will advance. Will I get any class? What will happen if I don't get any class? What if that bit H came here while I am advancing? What if I get a class but that can't help me to get away from here? Many questions came into his mind when he took out the last core. He was incredibly nervous, and was trying to calm down his heart, which was beating like a drum. He took a deep breath and pushed back all the useless thoughts to the back of his mind. Why the hell I am thinking too much? Just absorb it and get over with this, Evan said to himself, and put the last core into his mouth. The core also turned into energy and rushed towards his monarch core. His core was absorbing the energy at the same pace as before, but for him, it felt like his core was absorbing energy very slowly. Almost there, Evan muttered when his core absorbed half of the energy of the B rank core. Soon his core reached at the peak of D rank, and there was still some energy left. Even after reaching at the peak of D rank, his monarch core continues to absorb the remaining energy. Crack, crack. Evan seemed to hear the sound of something cracking. At first, he thought it was just his imagination, and the wall that was stopping his core to reach at C rank was cracking because of the energy, but he soon realized it is not his imagination. Crack, crack. When he focused on the cracking sound, his mind went black for a moment. When he noticed the cracking sound was actually coming from his monarch core. What the f***? Evan was stunned when he saw what was happening. But even before he can understand why his core was breaking, a terrible pain rose from his chest. Evan almost screamed out loud, feeling the terrible pain. He bit at the sleeve of his shirt and tried his best not to scream. The pain originated from his heart, where his monarch core was located. He felt like someone was ripping apart his heart. The small monarch core that was the size of the rice grain was slowly breaking apart. Cracks continue to appear on his monarch core as it absorbs the energy of the B-rank core. Evan bit at the sleeve of his shirt with even more strength and endured the pain. The pain was so high that he felt like he will pass out at any moment. Slowly the solid monarch core started to turn into liquid. When his core started to turn into liquid, the pain he was feeling intensified even more. He tried his best not to scream out loud. When his core started to turn into liquid, he felt his heart was also melting along with it. Soon the small core completely turned into liquid form. When his core turned into complete liquid, the pain he was feeling was so high that his mind almost blanked out. Luckily, after his core turned into a complete liquid, the pain he was feeling did not increase anymore. Evan did not even dare to breathe properly because he felt intense pain when he tried to breathe. After a few seconds, his monarch core, which turned into liquid once again, started to turn solid. As the liquid of his monarch core started to turn solid once again, the pain Evan was feeling also started to decrease. But soon Evan noticed something. When 1% of the liquid once again turned solid, he felt his core was trying to form a connection with something. He did not understand what was the thing his core was trying to connect, but he can feel as the core turned into solid the connection was growing stronger. At first, he did not find any problem with this and just continued to sit there feeling relieved that the pain in his heart was decreasing. But when 5% of the liquid turned solid, and the connection grew even stronger, he started to feel a little uncomfortable. 10%. When 10% of the liquid turned solid, and the connection grew even stronger, the uncomfortable feeling turned into strange pressure. It was the pressure that came from the very depth of his body. He did not feel uncomfortable physically, but for some reason, he was feeling a strange pressure which was giving him a very bad feeling. When 12% of the liquid turned solid, along with pressure, he started to feel pain all over his body. Evan did not understand what was happening, or what was the pressure and the pain he was feeling. But the pain he was feeling soon started to increase along with the pressure. But when 15% of the liquid turned solid, and he felt his very existence was being ripped apart, Evan finally understood what was happening. The connection his monarch core was forming was placing great pressure on his soul. He did not understand why this connection was placing a burden on his soul, but he was sure about one thing: his soul is very weak and can't handle the pressure of the connection. And if he doesn't do anything and things continue to proceed like this, his soul will shatter because of the pressure. As his core continued to turn solid once again, the connection between his core and the unknown thing was also becoming stronger. Because of the connection which was getting stronger, the burden on his soul was also increasing. Along with the burden, the pain he was feeling was also increasing. Stop it! Evan wasn't able to endure pain which was coming from the depth of his soul and shouted out loud. The pain he felt when his core was breaking apart earlier was nothing when he compared it to the pain he was feeling now. As the connection grew stronger, he felt his soul was being ripped apart because of the pressure on it. He was sure that if things continued to go on like this, his soul will soon shatter because of the pressure. When 40% of the core turned solid, Evan was almost at his limits. He felt like if the pressure increased just a bit more, his soul will shatter. Because of the immense pain he was feeling, he already collapsed on the floor. His mind went blank because of the pain he was feeling. Feeling his vision turning black, Evan wanted to laugh at himself. He thought after advancing his core to C rank he might be able to escape from here. But here he is laying on the floor on the brink of death. He doesn't even know what the fuck is going on with his core. What was the connection it was forming, and why this connection was placing such a great burden on his soul? The pain he was feeling continued to increase as his core turned into solid form once again, and the pressure on his soul was already started to show its effect as he was losing consciousness. What a unique way to die. Evan can't help but think when 50% of his core turned solid once again, he can feel that his soul already reached at its limit, and it can't handle more pressure. If the pressure increased just a bit more, his soul will definitely shatter. Just as he thought his soul will shatter because of the pressure, the part of his core which turned solid released a strange energy. Just as his half-core released that energy, he felt a soothing feeling spreading all over his body. The pain which was coming from his soul started to decrease, and even the formation of his core stopped at half. The remaining half of his core stayed in liquid form and didn't turn into a solid core. When the pain which was coming from his soul started to decrease, Evan's mind also started to clear up. Before he wasn't able to understand what was happening because of the pain, but now that pain was decreasing he can finally examine his monarch core. When he examined his monarch core he was stunned to see it was in half solid and half liquid form. "What the hell is going on here?" Evan muttered in a weak voice and tried to understand what was happening. He can see his core is struck between the boundary of D rank and C rank. The connection his monarch core was forming earlier also stopped at the halfway mark. Even though he didn't understand what was happening earlier and what this connection is, Evan was sure about one thing: he can't advance to C rank before this connection is fully formed, and this connection stopped because his soul was too weak to endure pressure of this connection. "Don't tell me I have to first strengthen my soul before I can advance to C rank," Evan muttered with a grave expression on his face. In his current situation, it was impossible for him to increase the power of his soul. Just when he was thinking about what should he do, the liquid part of his core which didn't turn solid because of his weak soul became restless. It started to shake violently, and Evan felt a strange power coming into his body through the incomplete connection which was formed earlier. He felt the power which came from the incomplete connection covering his entire soul. He felt like his soul was being scanned. After around 30 seconds, a burst of invisible energy came out from his body, and the power scanning his soul disappeared. The power came out from Evan's body and spread all over the world. It even broke the boundaries of the different worlds and continued to move forward. Evan, who didn't know anything, sat in the small room not understanding what was happening. His liquid core returned to normal and it was not shaking anymore. Even the power which was coming through the incomplete connection stopped coming. "Just what the hell is going on here?" Evan muttered, feeling incredibly confused by all the things that were happening. But suddenly he felt a part of the energy which scanned his soul earlier and left came back, and enter into his soul once again. He was stunned when he felt something strange enter his body. But even before he can do anything, a terrible headache assaulted him. eth register death negation xt. Fouquet, which motherfucker is messing with me? Evan can't help but curse when he felt another wave of pain, but soon another part of energy came back and entered his body. The headache he was feeling intensified, and without being able to resist he immediately lost consciousness. Thud. With a loud thud, Evan's head hit the hard floor of the room. He lay there with a painful expression on his face. It was clear that even though he lost consciousness, the pain was so great that he was still feeling it. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 5 hours, 10 hours, time continues to pass by, but Evan just lay there unconscious with a painful expression on his face. Occasionally a small part of the energy which left after scanning his soul comes back and enters into his body. This energy was invisible and no one was able to notice it. As the energy continued to enter his body, his core, which was still in liquid form, started to turn solid, and the connection of his core with the unknown thing was also becoming stronger. But compared to before, his core was turning solid at the pace of a snail. What happened? Baphomet, also known as the Demon Monarch, asked when Zaganath, one of his 5 commanders, came looking for him in a hurry. "We just received important news from the people who are breaking the seal on the Shadow Realm," Zaganath said while kneeling in front of Baphomet. Zaganath is the flame demon. He was 200 centimeters tall, his skin was crimson red, and a fiery aura was covering his entire body. His head was similar to that of a lion, which was currently lowered because he was in front of Baphomet. His deep orange eyes were full of power, and occasionally some sparks of fire were coming out from his body because of his high affinity with fire. "Is the seal already broken?" Baphomet asked while raising an eyebrow in surprise. "No, master, the seal on the Shadow Realm is still not broken." Zaganath shook his head and said, "But just a few minutes ago they detected a strange energy flow coming out from the Shadow Realm. At first, the energy flow was quite high, but it stopped after a few minutes, but the energy flow once again began." Although it is way slower than before, a strange energy flow coming out from it, Baphomet muttered, and a frown appeared on his face. According to what he knows, nothing should have happened during the process of breaking the seal. "All right, I will go take a look myself," Baphomet said to Zaganath, and stood up. Soon he disappeared from his place and appeared before a teleportation matrix. Since the world is very big, teleportation matrices are the common way of traveling to large distances. Baphomet stood up on the matrix and activated it. The teleportation matrix lit up and he disappeared from there. At a desolate place deep within a forest, a teleportation matrix shined brightly and Baphomet appeared there. 2 demons were guarding the teleportation matrix. When they saw Baphomet appearing there, they instantly lowered their heads and didn't dare to speak anything. Baphomet didn't pay any attention to them because he was thinking about what Zaganath told him earlier. He moved forward and disappeared from the place where the teleportation matrix was located. Soon he appeared in a place which was surrounded by dense trees. He moved toward the area of the dense tree, and as he moved towards them his surroundings started to change. All the dense trees started to disappear like they were just an illusion, and a small open area where some demons were gathered came into view. There were around 10 demons in that area, and all of them had a very powerful aura. Master Malfasar, another one of Baphomet's 5 commanders, came forward and greeted him after seeing him. Malfasar was 1.5 meters tall. He had the face of a crow with 2 raven wings behind his back. His feet were like the claw of a beast while his hands resembled that of humans. He is in charge of breaking the seal on the Shadow Realm, and also the person who reported about the abnormality of the Shadow Realm. Baphomet nodded his head at Malfasar, and looked at the pitch-black portal at the end of the open space. Seeing the entrance of the Shadow Realm, Baphomet's eyes narrowed because he can also feel a strange energy flow coming out from the portal. The energy was coming out from the portal and was disappearing into the void. He approached the portal with furrowed eyebrows, but the closer he got to the portal the more his face changed. When he was just 50 meters away from the portal, and could feel the energy flow clearly, a shocked expression appeared on his face. "How is this possible?" Baphomet muttered to himself, looking at the portal with disbelief written all over his face. "There is no way something like this is possible. All the 5 monarchs are still alive. Without one of us dying, there is no way this can happen because of the law of the universe. There can only be 5 forbidden physiques holders at the same time. The current 5 forbidden physiques holders are Baphomet, the Demon Monarch, holder of the Demon Monarch physique; Winterclaw, the Ice Monarch, holder of the Ice Monarch physique; Alistair Nightfall, the Blood Monarch, holder of the Blood Monarch physique; Akasha, the Queen of Venom, holder of the Poison Monarch physique; Illustraia, the Moonlit Empress, holder of the Nature Monarch physique. These are the current 5 forbidden physique holders. It is the law of the universe that there can't be more than 5 forbidden physique holders at the same time. When a forbidden physique holder reaches at C rank, a realm suitable according to their forbidden physique will be created, like when Baphomet reached at C rank, Demon Realm was created, and now he is the master of that realm. This realm is completely separate from the outside world, and inside the Demon Realm, his power increases greatly. But the most important thing about this realm is that this realm is the source of his unique energy, the demonic energy. Demonic energy is completely different from mana and is far more powerful than it. Every forbidden physique holder has his own realm, and that realm provides them with unique energy. When he reached at C rank, and the Demon Realm was created, a connection between him and the Demon Realm was formed, giving him the full control over the Demon Realm, and currently, he can feel it. He is very familiar with this energy flow. The energy flow coming out from the Shadow Realm is similar to the energy flow that he felt when he formed his connection with the Demon Realm, and Baphomet is shocked because if this is true, then doesn't it mean even though all 5 monarchs are still alive, a 6th person has already been born with a forbidden physique and reached at C, and currently he is forming a connection with the Shadow Realm. Baphomet stood there with a dazed look, not knowing what he should do. The fact that he can feel the connection being formed is the evidence that a person who has a Shadow Monarch physique reached C rank, but he was confused about how a 6th Monarch physique holder can appear. All 5 monarch physique holders are still alive, so there is no way another forbidden physique holder can appear. Moreover, it is someone who has Shadow Monarch physique. Shadow Monarch, the person who died years ago. Baphomet was sure that the Shadow Monarch died years ago because he is the proof of his death. After the death of the Shadow Monarch, only 4 forbidden physique holders were left. These 4 were Winterclaw, Alistair Nightfall, Akasha and Alistair Ear. A few years after the death of the Shadow Monarch, Baphomet was born with the Demon Monarch physique. Using his Demon Monarch physique he climbed through the power, and now he is the ruler of all demon races in the world. His appearance was also the confirmation that the Shadow Monarch truly died, because there can't be 6 forbidden physique holders at the same time. Some people always doubted about Shadow Monarch's death, but when he appeared, and the world once again had 5 forbidden physique holders, everyone was sure that he died. After all, there can't be 6 people with forbidden physiques, but here Baphomet is seeing something that should be impossible. Does it have something to do with the Shadow Monarch? Baphomet thought and tried to sense the energy flow more closely. He never truly met with the Shadow Monarch because he died before his birth, but from what he heard about him, he knew he was one of the strongest person when he was alive. Remembering what kind of outrageous things they said about him, he can't help but think that it is something to do with him. But soon a frown appeared on his face. When Baphomet closely sensed the energy flow coming out from the Shadow Realm, he realized that the energy flow was coming out very slowly. It was hundreds of times slower than the speed from which he formed the connection with his demon realm. Why is it so slow? After feeling the speed at which the connection was forming, Baphomet started to doubt whether it is the same connection or not. Malfasar, he called out. Malfasar, who was here from the beginning. Hearing Baphomet, Malfasar came forward and stood behind him. You told Zaganath that the energy flow was very fast at the beginning, he asked while keeping his eyes on the portal. Yes, at the beginning the energy flow was very fast, but then it stopped completely for some reason. Just when we were thinking everything returned to normal, the energy flow came back, but it was way slower than before. Malfasar told Baphomet after hearing him. There is definitely something wrong here, Baphomet muttered to himself after hearing Malfasar. The energy flow was similar to the flow when he formed the connection with the demon realm. But even though the energy flow was similar, it was way slower than that. Plus, he can't believe on the fact that a 6th forbidden physique holder can appear out of nowhere. Should I ask about this to others? Baphomet thought while looking at the entrance of the Shadow Realm. Other monarch physique holders like Winterclaw have more knowledge than him since they are alive for a very long time. He actually doesn't even know how old all of them are. Of course, being older than him doesn't mean they are stronger than him. Baphomet was sure that he can fight against any one of them with equal footing. I don't want to share the location of the Shadow Realm with anyone. I wouldn't even tell Winterclaw about it if not for the fact that I will need his help after the seal is broken. Baphomet shook his head, and decided not to tell anyone about this, because he is the master of the demon realm. He can't enter into the realm of other monarchs. If he wants to enter in Shadow Realm, he will have to break his connection with the demon realm. But if he breaks his connection with the demon realm, he will lose the source of his demonic energy. Without demonic energy, his power will reduce compared to other monarchs. He can form the connection again with the demon realm after exploring the Shadow Realm. But if other monarchs got the news that he broke his connection with the demon realm, and can't use demonic energy, they might try to do something, because it is not like they are on friendly terms with each other. Even though he wasn't sure what was happening with the Shadow Realm, he can't tell others about it and let them know about its location that he found with so much effort. How is the breaking of the seal is going? He looked at Malfasar and asked. It is progressing well, we should be able to break it soon. Malfasar replied in a confident-filled tone after hearing Baphomet. Good, keep breaking the seal, don't worry about the energy flow, just keep an eye on it and tell me if something else happens, Baphomet said and started to walk away from there. As he walked away from there, the open area disappeared, and the area filled with dense trees once again appeared. He came to the place where 2 demons were guarding the teleportation matrix, and activated it. The teleportation matrix lit up and he once again appeared in the place from where he first used the teleportation matrix. Now, should I tell about this to Winterclaw since he already knew I have the location of the Shadow Realm, and in future when the seal will break I will have to tell him the location of the Shadow Realm? Baphomet muttered to himself and came out from the teleportation matrix. Anastasia was looking in front of her without blinking her eyes. In front of her, a giant black throne was emitting a black aura which was giving a dreadful pressure. It was the core of the Shadow Realm, the throne of absolute shadow. An energy flow was coming out from the throne, and was going outside from the Shadow Realm, disappearing into void afterwards. It has been 10 days since the energy flow started to come out from the throne, and the connection between the throne and the Shadow Monarch core started to form. She was equally confused as Baphomet because of this strange situation. She was not confused because of the connection, because she already knew this will happen sooner or later. When she felt the usage of shadow energy some time ago, she already knew this will happen in the future. The reason for her confusion was the fact that the connection was forming very slowly. In the beginning, the connection was being formed at a rapid speed, and 50% of the connection was formed in just a minute. But after reaching 50%, the connection suddenly stopped forming, and when it started again it was very slow. According to what she knew, the connection with the Monarch core should have formed in just a few minutes. After forming the connection, the Monarch core should have received the blessing of the Shadow Realm, and its level should have increased by leaps and bounds, but nothing like this was happening. Everything was different from what she had anticipated. The connection was forming very slowly, and it was unknown what was the reason behind this, and the worst thing was that she can't do anything about it. She tried to move toward the throne. Even though her power was incomparable, she still felt a heavy pressure when she moved toward the throne. When she was just 50 meters away from the throne, the black aura around it became restless and a wave of shadow energy came out from it, pushing away Anastasia. Even using her full power she wasn't able to resist the pushing force, and was forced to move back. The wave of shadow energy pushed her 100 meters away from the throne, but didn't harm her. Anastasia looked at the throne and a sigh escaped from her mouth. Even though I have partial authority over the Shadow Realm, I can't approach the throne and carefully examine the energy flow coming out from it, Anastasia muttered while looking at the throne. Before the connection started to form she could have easily approached the throne, but since the moment the connection started to form, she can't get close to it. She wasn't sure, but she can guess it was a protection mechanism so that no one can interfere with the process of the connection. Well, since I can't do anything about it, let's just wait and see what will happen once the connection reaches at 100%. It is already at 75% and should be completed soon, Anastasia said, and went towards a small throne which was some distance away from the original Shadow Throne. When she sat down on the throne and closed her eyes, she was able to sense everything related to the Shadow Realm. The seal won't last long. After a moment of examination she said and opened her eyes. She was already aware that some people is trying to break the seal. She can even monitor the situation outside, and already saw there were demons who were trying to break the seal. It has been a very long time since she last left the Shadow Realm, so she wasn't aware about the current condition of the outside world. She also noticed Malfasar, who was the leader of the demons who were breaking the seal, but she wasn't worried about the fact that the seal will be broken soon. As long as it is not someone with a Monarch core who came inside, she will be able to deal with him. Even the Malfasar was nothing in her eyes. She can feel he is powerful, yes powerful, but he is not a threat. Inside the Shadow Realm, where she has partial control over it, and can even use shadow energy to some extent, she was confident that even 5 demons at the Malfasar level won't be able to fight against her. Even though I can deal with them, it will be troublesome if a large number of demons enter inside, since I won't be able to stop everyone alone, Anastasia muttered while rubbing her chin. Should I use the thing that Master gave me if a large number of demons enter inside? Anastasia closed her eyes once again, and through the throne, she focused on the ground all around the large black castle in which she was sitting. Her senses penetrated the ground, and she was able to see the view of the underground. Her senses moved tens of kilometers deep into the underground, and soon the image of a large open area which was located deep within the underground came into her view. The open area was hundreds of kilometers wide, and thousands of strange black balls size of an adult humans were floating there. The balls were pitch black and what was inside them was unknown. Anastasia's spiritual sense passed over all the black balls like she was trying to find something. After a minute her spiritual sense stopped on one specific black ball. This black ball was similar to other black balls in the area, and there was nothing different about it. But when Anastasia's spiritual sense stopped on it, a crooked smile appeared on her face. That bastard Voltaire is in slumber inside it. Should I use the item that Master gave me, and throw him before those demons? With his power, it won't be difficult for him to deal with those demons. It will be even better if he kills all those demons, and gets himself destroyed as well, since I don't like how he always tries to act clingy with Master. Anastasia spoke some strange but dangerous words while looking at the black ball with hostile eyes. Like feeling her hostile gaze, the black ball even shook a little. When Anastasia saw the black ball was shaking, her crooked smile became even wider. Don't worry, even if you get destroyed it is not like you will die. After all, you are already dead. Clatter. At an unknown location, inside a place which looks like a lab room, the sound of someone quickly pressing the keys on the keyboard rang out. A woman who looks to be in her mid-30s continues to press different keys while keeping her eyes on the monitor. The woman had a beautiful gentle face, long black hair, amber-colored eyes and thin eyelashes. She was wearing a long white doctor's coat and had nonchalant expression on her face. Not far away from her, a male was chained inside a glass tube. The tube was filled with transparent white liquid that looks like normal water. Many small thin pipes were connected with the tube. The man inside the tube was unconscious, and an oxygen mask was put on his face. Besides the tube of the man, another tube was placed. Inside that tube a C+ rank monster who looks like a fat beaver was laying unconscious. Tens of needles were connected with the body of the fat beaver, and those needles were interlocked with the thin pipes of the tube of the man. All right, let's see if this will work. After some time the woman stopped what she was doing and said while looking at the glass tubes. She pressed Enter command on the keyboard, and suddenly the needles connected with the beaver started to shake. The beaver who was unconscious a moment ago was jolted awake and squeaked out in pain. The beaver tried to break free from the needles but it was unable to break them. Soon the needles started to turn red as they started to fill with the blood essence of the beaver. As the needles absorbed the blood essence, the body of the fat beaver started to shrink. Through the needles, the blood essence went into the thin pipes that were connected with the second glass tube in which the unconscious man was chained. From the pipes, the blood essence was injected into the second tube. As the blood essence was injected into the glass tube, the transparent white liquid inside the tube started to turn purple in color. For the first few seconds nothing happened, but after around 30 seconds, when the transparent white liquid turned into pure purple, the body of the man started to shake. The woman was focusing on the computer screen, ignoring what was happening to the beaver and the man. Even with a high dose, he is about to wake up because of the pain, the woman muttered while rubbing her chin. Just as she finished speaking, the eyes of the man who was unconscious all this time opened. Arug, his body started to shake violently. He wanted to scream but it was unable because of the oxygen mask and the liquid inside the tube. eth1/2eth register death eth*negation xt.eth. He tried to break the chain that was tying him, but the chains were too strong and he wasn't able to break them. Soon the body of the man started to swallow up like a balloon. A look of pure horror was visible on the face of the man as he continued to struggle, but it was unable to break free. The woman looked at all this without any discomfort on her gentle-looking face. There was even a look of interest on her face. The body of the fat beaver turned into a dried husk, and the body of the man was swallowed up like a balloon. Bang! The body of the man wasn't able to endure for long and soon exploded with a loud bang. The glass of the tube was dyed with purple-red liquid, and the chunks of the flesh, the The success rate of imparting monsters' power to humans is awfully low. Seeing the man explode like a balloon, the woman said with a sigh. There was no discomfort on her face. Seeing a person exploding like this is the most natural thing in the world. Amara, you are messing here again. Suddenly the door of the lab room opened, and another woman entered inside the lab. The woman who entered looks in her mid-20s and has silver color hair. She was wearing a normal t-shirt and shorts, exposing her long legs. Her skin was fair white, and her green eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. What do you mean by messing here? I am clearly working here. Amara spoke while showing an innocent expression. Yes, working while exploding our people, Sarah said while rolling her eyes. Did not I tell you don't use our people for your experiments? If you want to do it, just go out and capture some people by yourself. I am only using trash people for my experiments, so you don't need to be so worked up, Amara said after hearing Sarah. By the way, when will the person you told me will come here? Amara quickly tried to change the subject when she saw a threatening look in Sarah's eyes. Layla is dealing with some matters related to her guild, and told me she will bring him over once she deals with everything. Isn't she captured him around 20 days ago? Why is it taking her such a long time? Hey, why don't we also use her for one of my experiments when she came here? I need a high-level hunter as a test subject, Amara suddenly asked while looking at Sarah with hopeful eyes. If you want to use her for an experiment, go ahead and capture her by yourself. I don't have time to play around with you, Sarah said, and started to walk away from there. I am not sure, but she should bring him over in the next 5 days or so. Don't try anything new and just use the previous method on him. If all the details I received about him are true, then there is a very high chance his physique is even more special than the Iced Reaper physique of Valerie Sear said, and left the lab. Even better than Iced Reaper physique, huh? Amara muttered, and smile appeared on her face. So it's finally done, Layla said while looking at the message on her phone with a wide smile. She just received a message from the association informing her that her guild is now a gold rank guild. With this, now she will have more dungeons under her guild, and her influence in Aquaville City will also increase. Now that the things with the Orc Den are finished, I have to bring him, the Layla muttered while rubbing her temples. She was tense because of what was happening with Evan. After delivering him food that day, she was busy with other things, so she didn't get the chance to visit him. Instead of her, one of her underlings was keeping an eye on him. That guy was also instructed to try different torture methods on him to break his mind. But the very next day she received a call from him saying something happened to Evan. When her underling went to look for him the next day, he found him unconscious in that room. He tried to wake him up, but no method worked on him. One of her underlings, who was a B rank healer, also checked on him, and tried to use all of his skills to wake him up. But even that guy wasn't able to find what was wrong with him. In the end, she instructed them to keep him in a medical capsule that can help people in recovery. She knew if Evan died she will be in trouble. If they personally asked me to capture him and bring him over, they must need him for something. That was Layla's thought. If Evan died while being imprisoned by her, all the blame for his death will come on her. But she can't do anything about it because even a B rank healer wasn't able to heal him. There is no A rank healer in her guild, and it will be risky if she asks for other A rank healer who is not from her guild. I just have to make sure he doesn't die before I bring him over. Once I bring him there, it is none of my business whether he lives or dies, Layla thought, and arrived before a room. She opened the door and went inside. In the room, a man was sitting on a chair while playing Super Zario on his phone. A capsule which was filled with green liquid was placed not far away from the man, and Evan was laying inside it with an oxygen mask on. How is he? Layla asked and went toward the capsule. The same as before, the man replied without taking his eyes off from his phone screen. The name of the man was Droin. He was a B+ rank hunter and the person who discovered the unconscious Evan. When Lil came before the capsule and looked at Evan, she noticed his face was pale even though he was inside the medical capsule, and a painful expression was appearing on his face from time to time. What the hell is wrong with him? Lil thought with a frown on her face. Did he try to do something stupid after knowing he can't escape from here? and received a backlash as a result. Lil thought to herself and opened the medical capsule. She used her spiritual sense to investigate his body. Even though the healer who checked Evan told her that nothing was wrong with his body other than his mana being very chaotic, she still decided to take a look herself. That healer was B rank and he can't use spiritual sense. Only A rank hunters can use spiritual sense. She closed her eyes and activated her spiritual sense. An invisible wave left her body and went towards Evan. The wave covered his entire body and Lil was able to see that there was nothing wrong with his body from the outside. When she saw there was nothing wrong outside, she decided to take a look from inside. Let's see just how much chaotic his mana is, Lil thought, and tried to see his body from the inside. But just as her spiritual sense entered inside his body, something that she didn't expect happened. Just as her spiritual sense entered into his body, she saw a black energy come rushing towards her. Layla felt all hairs on her body stand up, and she tried to retrieve her spiritual sense, but it was already too late. The black energy instantly destroyed her spiritual sense, and Layla's mind went black. Thud. Droin, who was playing the game on his phone, was startled when he heard the sound of something dropping. He looked towards the capsule and was stunned when he saw Lil laying unconscious on the floor. Boss Droin quickly stood up and went towards her. He first checked her and was relieved to see she was alive. What happened to her? Droin muttered and looked at Evan with a frown on his face. After starting at Evan for some time, like he received enlightenment, an understanding look appeared on his face. Seriously? Droin shook his head while showing a strange smile. Layla woke up after around 1 hour, and saw Droin, who was sitting not far away from her, still playing the game. Her mind was dizzy and there was a confused look on her face. When Droin noticed she woke up, he stood up and went towards her. "Boss, are you alright?" he asked Lil while showing a strange smile. "Seriously, even though you were using your spiritual sense, and saw his thing, there is no need for you to faint just because it was bigger than average." At first, she did not understand what he was saying because her mind was dizzy, but when she finally understood what he was saying, black lines appeared on her forehead. Doran suddenly felt the temperature of the room drop. The next second, the wall of the room was broken and Doran was sent flying out of the room. After sending Droin flying out, she took a deep breath and checked her body. Sure enough, after a moment she muttered while looking at Evan. Her soul was damaged because of how her spiritual sense was destroyed earlier by the black energy. Because of receiving the damage to her soul, she passed out earlier. The damage on the soul is very hard to heal, and if your soul is damaged, your power will also decrease. Just what the hell was that? Lil thought, not understanding what was the energy that destroyed her spiritual sense. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with this bastard, but I can't keep him here any longer. If something happened to him, I will be in trouble, Lil said to herself, and decided to leave Aquaville City the next day. A place that looks like a village was burning in fire. Large flames rose into the sky like flaming tornadoes as people ran for their lives. "Run, the demon is here!" people were screaming with a face full of horror and were running like headless chickens. A man who looks to be in his mid-20s suddenly fell down while running. He tried to stand up and ran away from there, but suddenly a cage of fire surrounded him, stopping him from running away. "Do you think you can run away from me, the great demon king?" A young man slowly walked out from the burning fire and went toward the fire cage in which the man was trapped. Seeing the young man, a panicked expression appear on the man's face. The young man had black hair, black eyes and a handsome face. He was wearing silver color armor, and tens of fireballs were circling around him like obedient kittens. The young man's handsome face resembled to a certain individual who was hovering high in the sky, and watching this high-end drama with a dead face. "Motherfucker, don't say those embarrassing lines when you have a face similar to mine." Evan can't help but curse out loud, seeing how a person who looks like him was calling himself a great demon lord, and was laughing with a cringe expression on his face. "I hope this scene will not be very long," Evan muttered, and continued to look at how the man who looks similar to him was killing people like a psychopath. After a long time, the man who looks similar to him suddenly dropped to the ground. Finally, Evan, who was watching this from the sky, sighed in relief when he saw his twin brother drop to the ground. The next second the body of the man who looks similar to him started to disappear, and turn into a golden light. That golden light came flying toward him and was absorbed by him. Just as he absorbed the golden light he felt a terrible headache, but now Evan was used to it. It was not the first time something like this was happening. While feeling the headache, Evan saw the scene in front of him started to disappear. Chirp chirp from a burning village. Evan suddenly found himself on a mountain. The mountain was filled with green trees, and birds were chirping happily all around the surrounding. The atmosphere of the mountain was very peaceful, and the cool wind was flowing, bringing the freshness of the mountain along with it. This time a peaceful environment. Evan muttered, not surprised by the change in his surroundings. After passing out in the room because of the nasty headache, he found himself in this strange place. From time to time different kind of scenes just like the last one was being played in front of him. He even lost count of just how many scenes he has watched till now. 100, 200_500_ he wasn't sure. Every scene was different from the other one, and the only common thing in those scenes was the fact that he saw a person similar to him in all of those scenes. If in one scene he was a stupid demon king who was suffering from the 8th grade syndrome, then in a scene he was a hero with a hero complex. In one of the scenes, he was even the king of a kingdom. He wanted to watch that scene for a little longer, but it also didn't last long like other scenes. Of course, the reason he wanted to see that scene was because he wanted to learn how to manage a kingdom properly. He didn't want to look at that scene for long because he was interested in knowing whether the king who looks similar to him had a harem or not. He is not that kind of person. He was genuinely interested in learning how to manage a kingdom, but alas, before he can learn properly the scene changed, and a different scene was shown to him. He doesn't know how much time passed since the moment he started to see all these scenes. He felt like tens of years passed by since the moment he started to watch those scenes. He looked around the mountain to search for his twin brother, since in every scene he found one guy similar to him. And just as he accepted, when he looked around him he saw his twin brother sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. This twin brother was wearing a kasaya, his head was completely shaved and there was a peaceful expression on his face. So now I am a Buddhist monk, Evan muttered while yawning, not even surprised by seeing his bald self. Well, if I have to choose one look for myself, I will definitely go with that punk style where I was beating the SHT out of those students and robbing their pocket money, Evan said with a strange smile on his face. In one of the scenes, he was a school bully who beat his schoolmates and demanded the legendary protection money from them. Maybe it was because he was bullied by Mike and others in the past, and that is why he felt quite elated while robbing his schoolmates. But still, just what the hell is going on here, and when will this end? Evan said while looking at the sitting monk. It has been a very long for him since he started to see these scenes. At first, he thought this will not last long and he will wake up soon, but now he doesn't even know just how many scenes he already watched, and he still doesn't have a clue how long it will last. Don't tell me I'm stuck here for the rest of my life, Evan thought while rubbing his head. Suddenly he saw his monk self drop to the ground. Evan's mouth can't help but twitch when he saw him laying face first with a shining forehead. Just like always, the monk Evan turned into golden light, and that golden light rushed towards him. The light went inside his body, and he felt the familiar headache again. What kind of scene will appear now? Evan muttered while shaking his head. He stood there for quite some time waiting for the next scene to play, but nothing happened even after a long time. What is happening now? Evan asked himself with a frown on his face when nothing happened. Suddenly Evan felt a strange feeling coming from his chest. He placed his hand on his chest, trying to understand what was happening. Evan wasn't able to finish what he was saying when he felt a terrible pain rise from his chest. Arg! Evan screamed out loud and dropped to the ground while holding his chest. The pain did not come from his heart where his monarch core was located. Instead, it was coming from his prime core. Now what is wrong with my prime core? Evan thought before his vision turned black and the surrounding area around him started to collapse. Layla drove her car towards the airport of Aquaville City. Evan was laying unconscious in the back seat of the car. At first, She was thinking about bringing Evan there a few days later, but after what happened last night she can't wait any longer to get rid of him. Her soul was still damaged, and it will take quite some time before it heals if she doesn't find a potion to heal it. I should ask for compensation from Sarah since my soul was damaged while completing her task, Lil thought, and directly enter the runway of the airport through the special gate. After coming to the runway, she drove towards a jet. The jet was not big, it was around 15 meters in size, but its speed was faster than the airplane from which Evan came. When she reached at the jet, she used her mana to carry Evan inside it. A pilot, who was also a member of the Dark Guild, was already present there. His level was just T+ rank. She used her mana to bring Evan inside the jet. She didn't speak to the pilot and just took out a medical capsule from her storage ring. After tossing Evan inside the capsule, she walked away from him and sat on one of the seats. After Layla sat down, the pilot started the jet and took off into the sky. While the jet was flying, the connection between Evan's Monarch Core and Shadow Realm was still forming. It has been 20 days since Evan fainted, and the connection started to form. Currently, the connection was at 99% and was just a step away from completion. The strange energy that left after scanning Evan's soul was still coming back from time to time. Each time that energy came back, Evan showed a painful expression on his face. The Monarch Core, which was half solid and half liquid before he fainted, now once again turned solid. Only a very small portion of it was still in liquid form, which was also turning solid. Once the connection reaches at 100%, that portion will also turn solid. Now that the connection reached at 99%, small energy fluctuations were coming out from his body from time to time. Lil also noticed those energy fluctuations earlier while bringing him here. Honestly, she was quite nervous, because those energy fluctuations were giving her a dreadful feeling. Whenever those energy fluctuations came out, she felt her body freezing, just like what happened when the dark energy destroyed her spiritual senses. She tried to ignore this feeling and closed her eyes, trying to take a nap before she reached there. He is just a D+ rank hunter. Even if he is up to something, I can always escape from here, Lil thought, and completely ignore those energy fluctuations. After a few minutes, another part of the energy which left Evan's body came back. Just as that part entered his body, the connection between his core and the Shadow Realm reached 100%, and his core once again turned completely solid. Just as his core once again turned solid, a mark started to appear at his glabella. The mark was completely pitch black in color and looks like a drop of water. If Evan was awake and saw this mark, he would have recognized it, because the one unit of shadow energy that always rotates around his Monarch Core also looks similar to the mark which appears on his glabella. At first, the mark was very faint, but as time passes it was becoming darker. After some time, when the mark was completely formed, the Monarch Core inside Evan's heart started to shake. Suddenly, like a dam was broken, a large amount of shadow energy came into his body through the connection which was just formed. Evan's Monarch Core started to rotate at a speed like never before. There was so much shadow energy that Lil, who just closed her eyes a moment ago, shuddered because of the terrifying pressure that Evan's body was releasing. She opened her eyes and looked in his direction with shocked-filled eyes. She tried to stand up but found her legs were shaking. What is happening? Layla said in a stuttering tone and tried to use mana to control her body, but even after using mana, she found she can't stop her body from shaking. Evan's Monarch Core rotated like a fan and started to absorb the shadow energy which came through his connection. As it started to absorb shadow energy, the level of his Monarch Core started to increase. It instantly reached to the C rank and tens of notifications started to appear before Evan, but since he was still unconscious he wasn't able to see them. But even after his Monarch Core reached at C rank, the flow of shadow energy didn't stop. His Monarch Core continues to absorb shadow energy and its level kept increasing. With each passing second the level of his Monarch Core was increasing. In just a few seconds it was almost at the peak of C rank, and was on the verge of breaking through the B rank. But things were not so simple, because the connection was successfully formed. His Monarch Core received the blessings of the Shadow Realm. The energy, which was coming through the connection, was enough to increase his Monarch Core rank to peak of B rank, but as the level of his Monarch Core increased, the pressure it was putting on his D+ Prime Core also started to increase. His Prime Core was fine till his Monarch Core broke through the C rank, but when its rank continued to increase even after reaching C rank, cracks started to appear on his Prime Core. These cracks were worse than the cracks that appear in the Shadow Kingdom dungeon. Even before his Monarch Core reached at the peak of C rank, his Prime Core was filled with tens of cracks. Those cracks widen even more when his Monarch Core reached at the peak of C rank, and was about to break through to B rank. In the Shadow Kingdom dungeon, after advancing his Monarch Core to D rank, Evan wasn't able to increase its rank at that time. When he tried to increase the rank of his Monarch Core at that time, it did not absorb the energy of the core, because if its rank had increased at that time, his Prime Core, which was just F rank, would have shattered because of its pressure. Currently, the situation was the same at that time. Because of forming a connection with the Shadow Realm, and receiving its blessing, Evan's Monarch Core level was increasing at a rapid speed. Because its level was increasing, his D+ rank Prime Core was not able to handle the pressure released by it. It was the first time in history something like this was happening. Anything like this never happened before, because of one simple reason: no one among Forbidden Physique holders ever had a second core other than their Monarch Core. All the people who had Forbidden Physique were born with it, so from the moment they were born they already had Monarch Core in their heart. Because they were born with a Monarch Core, they didn't have a second core. But Evan's condition is completely different. He was born with Shadow Physique, not with Shadow Monarch Physique, so he had a Prime Core when he was born. He received his Shadow Monarch Physique when he awakened his skill Shadow Walk. The problem where he was only able to absorb Shadow Cores was also caused by the fact that he had two physiques, but that problem disappeared after he lost his Shadow Physique in the Shadow Kingdom dungeon. After losing his Shadow Physique, when he only had Shadow Monarch Physique, he finally got his Monarch Core. Evan's body started to shake and an expression of pain was visible on his face. His Prime Core was currently filled with cracks and was breaking apart. As his Monarch Core was absorbing shadow energy, the pressure on his Prime Core was also increasing. The energy fluctuations coming out from his body also increased. Suddenly Lil remembered about the pilot of the jet and looked towards the cockpit. Even an A-rank hunter like her felt such great pressure from those energy fluctuations, and the pilot of the jet was just an E+ rank hunter. With shaky legs, Layla moved towards the cockpit. When she arrived there, she was stunned to see the pilot already passed out, and blood was coming out from his mouth. She checked his pulse and was even more shocked because he was already dead. She looked at the control screen of the jet and saw the words autopilot mode. The only reason the jet didn't crash till now was because, before passing out, the pilot activated autopilot mode. Seeing the passed out pilot, and the strange situation with Evan, Layla's mind was in chaos. She didn't know what to do. If she wants, she can easily jump down from the jet. She is an A-rank hunter and can use fly to safely escape from here. But the problem was Evan, who was causing all this ruckus. She wasn't sure what she should do with him. If she left him here and something happened to him, she don't know what Sarah will do with her. Moreover, she doesn't have much time to make a decision. There is no set destination for the jet, and it was just flying like a headless chicken in autopilot mode. Currently, she wasn't far away from the Aquaville city, and can return there easily. But if she doesn't make a decision and went deeper into the wilderness, it will be dangerous even for her. She looked at Evan one last time and finally made up her mind. There was no way she can bring Evan with her when his body is releasing such strong energy fluctuations. She will lose control over her mana, and it will be dangerous for her when her soul is already damaged if she brings him with her. Slowly Layla started to walk toward the door of the jet. While Layla was thinking all of this, a change also occurred with Evan's Monarch Core. When his Monarch Core reached at the peak of C rank, and his Prime Core was on the verge of breaking, his Monarch Core stopped absorbing shadow energy. Even though Evan's Monarch Core stopped absorbing shadow energy when his Prime Core was about to break, the shadow energy which was coming through the connection didn't stop. The shadow energy started to flood his body. Evan's body started to swallow up like a balloon because of the excess shadow energy. When it seems like Evan's body will burst like a balloon, his monarch core, which stopped absorbing shadow energy, once again started to absorb it, but this time when his core absorbed the energy, its level did not increase, and it stayed at the peak of rank C. As his monarch core absorbed the excess shadow energy, Evan's swallowed up body started to return to normal. Inside his monarch core, the shadow energy started to gather in liquid form. His monarch core, which was only the size of a rice grain, continued to absorb all the shadow energy which was flooding his body, but it also did not last long because the amount of shadow energy which was coming through the connection was too much. Crack! Suddenly a small crack also appeared on his monarch core. Archevan, who was unconscious, was jolted awake and screamed out loud when a small crack appeared on his monarch core. Just as Evan was jolted awake, a burst of shadow energy came out from his body. Layla, who just reached the door of the jet, felt all hairs on her body stand up to no end. Without thinking anything, she jumped down from the jet and created a shield around her. Boom! Just as Lil jumped down from the jet, it exploded in midair. Arklil's shield was destroyed and she was blown away by the shockwave. With difficulty, she stabilized herself in midair and looked at the place where the jet just exploded. Is he dead? Lil muttered, thinking Evan died in that explosion just now, but the next second she felt a chill run down her spine and a terrifying aura engulfed the entire surroundings. Archevan woke up feeling his heart is about to burst apart because of the small crack which appeared on his monarch core. When he woke up, the shadow energy which was flooding his body burst forth from his body, engulfing the entire jet in an instant. Boom! The jet engine wasn't able to handle the destructive power of the shadow energy and exploded upon coming in contact with it. The shockwaves, fire and rubble of the jet, everything that went toward Evan was blocked by the shadow energy coming out from his body. He was feeling his body will explode because of the excess energy, even though he just woke up and didn't know what was going on. He instantly understood that if he doesn't want to explode, he has to release all the excess energy from his body. He can feel that even though his body was already full from the shadow energy, more energy was coming through the connection which is now completely formed. But before he can think how to release all the energy, he started to fall down from the sky. Evan can't help but curse, not understanding how he appear high in the sky. Just as he started to fall down, his mind reacted before his body. Whoosh! A pair of two black wings suddenly appeared behind his back. Both wings looked like the wings of an eagle, and were big enough to cover his entire body if he folded himself like a ball. Just as those wings came out, the shadow energy which was coming out from his body stopped along with the energy fluctuations. But even though those energy fluctuations stopped, an even more terrifying aura spread in all surroundings when those black wings came out. Evan was stunned for a moment, but then the details of Shadow Wing's skill which he unlocked after his monarch core reached at C rank appear in his mind. He wanted to take a closer look at his status window after reaching C rank, but he knew it is not the right time. Moreover, because of the Shadow Wings, he also understood how to get rid of the excess shadow energy from his body. Before he only had 1 unit of shadow energy. He always used that 1 unit of shadow energy like mana reinforcement to increase his physical capabilities for 1 or 2 seconds. He tried to use that 1 unit of shadow energy to cast his skills, but it didn't work in past, maybe because 1 unit was not enough, but currently, Evan has so much shadow energy that he can't even imagine, and the shadow wings behind his back were also cast using shadow energy instead of mana, which is why the aura they were releasing was so terrifying. Evan can feel his monarch core was at its limit, and even though his shadow wings were consuming the excess energy, it was not enough. He doesn't know what kind of skills he awakened after reaching C rank, and he also doesn't have time to look at his status window since his core was at its limit, but he didn't care about that because he already knew which skill will help him in this situation. After feeling that terrifying aura, Lil gathered all of her energy and flew away from there. Her heart was thumping loudly, and fear like never before engulfed her body. What was that monster? Lil flew away trying to increase her speed as much as possible. When the jet exploded earlier, she thought Evan died in that explosion, But then she felt a terrifying aura and noticed Evan in the cloud of black smoke. When she looked at him she saw his eyes were pitch black like an abyss. There were two black wings behind his back, and some strange black tendrils were coming out from his body from time to time. Seeing him, all of her instincts told her just one thing: run, and she exactly did that. After seeing Evan, she didn't waste any time and used all of her might to run away from there. I am in this mess because of that by Ch Sarah. If not for her, I would have currently sleeping peacefully on my bed, Layla cursed while looking behind her back from time to time. When she didn't see Evan chasing her she sighed in relief. In just a few seconds she ran away more than 5 kilometers away from Evan's location, but suddenly she felt the wind around her was flowing oddly. Without stopping she looked around her and found it was not just around her. The wind in the tens of kilometers of the area was behaving oddly. Seeing what was happening, Layla felt a dreadful feeling rising in her heart. Rumble. Suddenly the sky started to rumble. Layla stopped flying and looked around her surroundings warily. The atmosphere in the surrounding became heavy. Her forehead was drenched in cold sweat, and for some reason, she was feeling something bad is about to happen. Boom! Layla quickly looked in her right direction from where she just heard a booming sound, and her eyes trembled because of fear. There was a mountain peak around 3 kilometers away from her in that direction a moment ago, but now that mountain peak disappeared. Instead of the mountain peak, a giant black tornado which was more than 100 meters in diameter, and thousands of meters high appeared there. The height of the tornado was so high that it looks like it descended directly from the heavens. Even though she was around 3 kilometers away from the tornado and was using mana, she still felt her body being dragged towards the tornado because of the pulling force. Boom, boom, boom. But it was just the beginning as more black tornadoes started to descend from the sky. The ground where tornadoes descend was split open as deep crevices formed there. Trees were uprooted and stones turned into dust after being pulled inside by them. In just a few seconds tens of black tornadoes descend from the sky covering a wide range of that area. Lil looked around her with fear-filled eyes as now she was surrounded by black tornadoes from all sides. Just what the hell is going on? She used all of her mana to resist the pulling force coming from those tornadoes. She doesn't even want to think what will happen if she was pulled inside by those tornadoes. Even a mountain peak disappeared in an instant upon coming in contact with one of the tornadoes. Seeing the situation around her, Lil instantly made her mind. There was no way for her to escape while being surrounded by those tornadoes. She turned around and started to fly back towards the direction from where she came from. There was a high chance that Evan will kill her if she goes back there. But if she doesn't go there, she was sure that she will die if she got caught by one of the tornadoes. Evan continues to use wind manipulation as powerful tornadoes descend from the sky one after another. Previously, when he received the wind manipulation skill, he used it at its full power, almost depleting all of his mana. But even then he was only able to control the wind in around 200 meters of area. But now that he activated wind manipulation using shadow energy, he was easily able to control the wind in tens of kilometers of area. The power of these tornadoes is off the charts, Evan mumbled to himself, seeing the destruction those tornadoes were causing. The ground was splitting apart as trees and stones were being pulled inside the tornadoes. The tornadoes were like a monster of the abyss who was destroying everything that came into its path. A tornado directly descends on a stone mountain cliff, destroying it like it was made of paper. Evan focused on the shadow energy which was flooding his body, and noticed now it started to calm down a little. But even now the rate at which shadow energy was coming through the connection was higher than its consumption. Evan focused even more, and the range of wind manipulation increased to the maximum, reaching more than 30 kilometers of area. In the 30 kilometers of area, tens of black tornadoes started to descend from the sky. Evan was surprised himself because he wasn't feeling any burden on his body even though he was using shadow energy to its maximum limit. Roar, roar. He can hear roars of terrified monsters coming from all over the places. Hearing those roars, Evan suddenly thought about his current location. Just where in the seven hell I am? Evan muttered while looking around. He remembered being passed out in the small white room. but now that he woke up he found himself in this completely unfamiliar place. It will be dangerous for me once I used up all the excess shadow energy, Evan thought, because he will not be able to fight against powerful monsters once he used the excess shadow energy. Which direction should I move? Evan looked around wanting to find something that can help him go back to the Aquaville city. Suddenly he saw someone flying towards him. When he focused he was surprised to see it was a haggard figure of Lil. She was bleeding from many places, and the armor she was wearing was tattered from all over. Seeing her he remembered all the things that happened with him because of her, being abducted to staying in that torture room. He remembered everything in an instant. He felt his anger rising just seeing her. She was around 300 meters away from him. There was no tornado or pulling force in the 500 meters area around Evan since he was controlling those tornadoes. He can see that she barely escaped from the tornadoes, but, Evan said and flapped his black wings. Swish, there is no way you're going to survive. Since he was using shadow energy to use his wings, his speed was too fast. Even though Lil was an A-rank hunter, she wasn't even able to see what happened before Evan appeared before her. Evan was angry, but he doesn't want to kill her before knowing his current location, so he didn't use too much force and bonked down on her head like he was punishing a child, but the result of that bonk was nothing but light. Crack, the sound of bone cracking rang out, and Lil was sent flying towards the ground like a meteorite. Boom! She crashed on the ground, creating a large crater in the process as rubbles of destroyed ground flew everywhere. Evan was shocked, speechless, seeing the result of his light bonking. He knew his strength was currently very high because of the shadow energy which was flooding his body, which is why he just used around 60% of his strength earlier, but he never expected that with just 60% something like this will happen. Actually, if Lil was in her top condition, she might be able to react somehow and neglect some of the impact of that attack, but she lost most of her mana escaping from those tornadoes, plus she was severely injured during this process, and like it was not enough, even her soul was damaged, decreasing her power even more. Her vitality was very low after escaping from those powerful tornadoes. It would be a miracle if she was still alive after receiving that attack from Evan. Her skull was cracked open because of his punch. She was bleeding from her mouth, ear, nose, and her body was in a complete mess after being crashed against the ground. Evan gulped down and looked at Lil, who stayed motionless after crashing on the ground. He didn't care if Lil live or die, but he still need to know where he is. If she dies, and he doesn't know in which direction he should go to reach Aquaville City, he will be in huge trouble once his shadow energy runs out. Evan came down from the sky hoping she is still alive. He landed near her and checked her condition, and just as he expected, the miracle did not happen. Her heart already stopped beating, and she died without even understanding what kind of monster booked her. Evan looked at her dead body with a dazed look, wondering if he should be happy or sad because he killed her. He still wanted to know where he was, and in which direction Aquaville City is located. Me and my rotten luck, Evan can't help but say to himself after seeing what just happened. Roar, roar. Suddenly Evan heard the sound of some monsters who were somehow able to escape from the area of tornadoes. He narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction the sounds were coming from. Let's deal with them and move in a random direction before I stopped receiving energy from the connection, Evan thought, and was about to leave from the when a notification appeared before him. Do you want to use skill Shadow Resurrection? Do you want to use skill Shadow Resurrection? Evan was baffled when he read the notification that appeared before him. Shadow Resurrection, is it one of the skills I got after reaching C rank? Evan thought while raising an eyebrow. Did I get a class like a Shadow Priest or Shadow Saint? Evan can't help but think after seeing the word resurrection in the name of the skill. In the games he played in his past life, generally, only people with classes like the High Priest or Saintess class can use resurrection magic to revive people. He looked around and saw monsters who escaped from the tornadoes were still a little far away from him. Let's try this skill first, Evan thought, and decided to use this skill first before dealing with monsters. He was hoping that this skill will revive Lil and he will be able to get information about his location from her. Of course, even if she was revived by him, he has no plan of keeping her alive. Once he gets the information about his location, he will once again bonk her to death. When Evan used the Shadow Resurrection skill, shadow energy came out from his monarch core and covered the dead body of Layla. Evan watched with a face full of interest as the shadow energy seeped inside Layla's body. After the shadow energy seeped inside her, her body started to shake. Evan furrowed his eyebrow when he noticed something was coming out from her body. He took a step back when he saw a ghost-like black shadow coming out from her body. What the fuck is this? Evan screamed inside his mind, seeing a ghost-like shadow who looks similar to Layla come out from her body. The only difference was that, unlike the real Layla, the shadow was black in color, and her eyes looks like they were burning with purple flames. What kind of dark resurrection magic is this? Evan can't help but think after seeing the shadow. He looked at the body of Layla and saw it stopped shaking, and there was no sign of revival on her actual body. After coming out from Layla's body, the shadow looked at Evan. Evan raised his guard because he can feel the shadow in front of him also has the power of a rank hunter just like Layla. Just when he was ready to fight, he was baffled when the shadow kneeled in front of him. What is going on here? Evan was about to open his status window to see complete details of his skill when he sensed a B+ rank monster who was coming in his direction. When Evan looked behind him, he saw a monster who looks like a hippopotamus, and was covered in dark pink scales all over its body. Earlier Evan retreated his wings after landing on the ground so that his excess energy will last a little longer. Since he retreated his wings, the terrifying aura which was coming out from them also disappeared, which is why the B+ rank monster was able to approach him. The hippopotamus was around 150 meters away from him, and it growled after seeing him. Evan was about to unfold his shadow wings once again so that it will run away from here after feeling that terrifying aura. Currently, he just wanted to see the details of his skill, and fully understand what was going on here. But before he can unfold his wings, the shadow of Lil who was kneeling before him moved. "How dare you growl before my master, you filthy monster!" The shadow spoke in a voice similar to that of Layla, which was filled with rage. A black aura came out from the shadow's body going towards the hippopotamus. The speed of the black aura was very fast and it arrived before the hippopotamus in an instant. When the monster came into contact with the black aura, its body stiffened, and its eyes turned dazed like it was in some kind of dream. The shadow of Layla appeared before the hippopotamus. Her hand suddenly changed shape and turned into the claw of a beast which easily pierced through its hard skin, reaching to its brain and destroying it in an instant. Thud, with a thumping sound, the body of the B+ rank monster dropped to the ground as blood flowed out from the large wound on its head. Evan watched everything with his eyes wide open, looking back and forth at the shadow and the dead monster. "It can even speak," Evan thought while looking at the shadow with shocked-filled eyes, because he never thought this shadow can even speak. "Wait, did this shadow just call me master?" Evan muttered and looked at Layla's shadow, who came back, and was standing a little distance away from him. Evan thought about asking her what is she, but suddenly his face changed. The energy which was coming through the connection started to decrease, and it won't be long before it will completely stop. Before it completely stops, he wanted to leave from here. "Do you know which direction Aquaville City is located?" Evan asked while looking at the shadow of Layla, hoping he will get some information from her. "The Aquaville City is in that direction, Master Shadow," Layla quickly answered him while pointing in the right direction. For some reason, Evan felt she sounded quite happy when he talked to her, but currently, he doesn't have time to think about anything else. Before leaving, he wanted to kill the monsters who appear here. It was a big chance for him to collect some high-level cores. He looked at the shadow Layla and thought about something. "Can you go there and kill all the monsters who came here after escaping from the tornadoes?" he asked while pointing in the direction from where he can feel the aura of some B+ rank monsters. He was hoping she will help him so that he will be able to get more cores before leaving. "Of course, leave it to me. I will definitely kill all the monsters there," Shadow Layla said in an enthusiastic voice after hearing Evan, and was about to dash away when Evan spoke once again. "Don't forget to collect the cores after killing the monsters, alright?" Shadow Layla said, and dashed away from there. "Just what the hell is she?" She was speaking just like a normal person. Evan muttered to himself, still not believing he was just talking to a ghost, but he soon stopped thinking about it and looked at the body of the hippopotamus that Shadow Layla killed earlier. Evan looked for the core in the body of the hippopotamus but did not find anything. After not finding the core, he used his shadow resurrection skill on it. Shadow energy came out from his monarch core, and covered the body of the hippopotamus. After covering its body, the energy seeped inside it. Evan noticed this time less shadow energy was consumed when he used shadow resurrection. Maybe because it is a B+ rank while L was an A rank, Evan thought when he saw this time less shadow energy was consumed. But soon Evan saw the body of the hippopotamus was tearing apart and blood started to come out from all over its body. He raised an eyebrow and stepped away from it. After a few seconds, the shadow energy which seeped inside the body of the hippopotamus completely disappeared, and a notification appeared before him. Shadow resurrection failed. What does it mean? Evan looked at the notifications with a frown on his face. The body of the hippopotamus was badly damaged, unlike Layla's body which didn't change even after he used his skill on it. The body of the hippopotamus looks like it will be destroyed any moment. Damn it, I don't have much time. Evan once again used shadow resurrection skill on the hippopotamus. Noticing he doesn't have much time, he can feel the shadow energy which was coming through the connection was decreasing. He still wanted to hunt those monsters who came here so that he can get some high rank core before leaving from here. Once again the body of the hippopotamus was covered in shadow energy, and just like last time it seeped inside its body. Soon Evan noticed a black shadow coming out from the body of the hippopotamus, and this time the body stayed the same and wasn't damaged at all. Looks like the chances of shadow resurrection working is not 100%. And if it fails, the body of the target will be damaged as a result. Evan concluded, seeing a shadow which looks similar to the hippopotamus monster come out and lowered its head before him. Evan's lips arched upward when he saw this. Go in that direction and kill any monster you see. Evan pointed in the different direction where Shadow Layla went earlier and said to Shadow Hippo, "Grow." Shadow Hippo acknowledged his order and dashed in that direction. This skill is in a completely different league from all the skills I have seen till now, Evan said to himself, seeing the result of his shadow resurrection skill. He used shadow wing skill and flew in a different direction. He felt the aura of someone who was stronger than Layla from this direction. If it was normal time, he would have run away from here the moment he sensed this aura, because it was definitely someone who is at least A+ rank. But currently, since he has a large amount of shadow energy, he wasn't afraid of even an A+ rank monster. Moreover, after killing it I can use shadow resurrection on it, Evan thought, and arrived at the place from where he felt the powerful aura earlier. When he reached there, he instantly noticed an 8 meters tall bear, who was bleeding from some places. The bear was covered in silver metallic fur, its eyes were deep yellow and a powerful aura was coming out from its body. Looks like it was injured while escaping from the tornadoes, Evan thought when he saw the bear was bleeding from some places. Since those tornadoes can even injure an A+ rank monster, doesn't it mean its attack power reached at least S rank? Evan thought and took a deep breath. His prime core is still D+ rank. If he tells someone that he unleashed an attack with the power of S rank while being only D+ rank, no one will believe him. Roar. The bear noticed Evan because of the powerful aura his wings were releasing, and roared while looking at him warily. The bear didn't attack on him immediately because it can feel a lethal threat from him, but Evan didn't care about it since he was in a hurry. He dived down towards the bear from the sky. Roar. Seeing Evan was coming toward it, the bear roared out loud and its silver metallic fur lit up. A powerful aura came out from its body. The ground around it started to tremble and the air became heavy. Even when the bear released the full aura of an A+ rank monster, Evan did not feel anything because of the shadow energy which was flooding his body. The bear swept its claw towards Evan, who was driving towards it. Rumble. The sharp claw of the bear cut the surrounding air and the ground started to shake because of the sheer force behind the claw. Even though he was still a little far away, Evan can feel the power behind the claw, but even after feeling the power of the bear's attack, he did not stop. 5 black bullets were forming at each finger of his right hand. He appeared before the bear. Its claw was just a meter away from his face. He can feel the sharp wind passing by touching his face. Just from the power of the shockwave, he was sure that if shadow energy was not protecting him, his body would have disappeared from existence even before the bear's claw landed on him. Ice chains whoosh. Just when the claw of the bear was about to touch Evan's face, two black chains which were releasing a menacing aura came out from the ground, stopping its claw just a few centimeters away from his face. Some small cuts appeared on Evan's face because of sharp shockwaves created by the bear's attack, but his face did not change. Bang, Evan said while pointing all 5 fingers of his right hand at the bear. Swish, all 5 shadow bullets which were forming on his fingers shot forward at the same time. The bullet created by the shadow energy was so powerful that when they moved forward the space was ripped apart, and some small space fissures appeared there, which were instantly healed by the world mana, Pachi. In front of shadow bullets, the defense of the bear was useless, as 2 bullets pierced both of its eyes while the other 3 struck right at its globule one after another, making a hole at the center of its forehead and destroying its brain. Thud. With a face full of disbelief, the giant body of the bear dropped to the ground motionless as its life force slowly faded away. I thought shadow bullets will not be able to pierce its defense, which is why I first targeted its eyes. What a waste of shadow energy, Evan muttered, because he did not expect that with just 3 bullets he will be able to kill the bear. He looked at the 8 meters big giant body of the bear, and quickly started to search for the core. Evan flew back in the direction of the shadow hippo with a face full of disgust. His body was completely covered in blood, and some small chunks of flesh were visible in his hair. From the pale look of his facial skin, it was clear that he just puked not long ago. I should have known something like this might happen. After seeing the result of the failed shadow resurrection on that hippopotamus, Evan thought while trying to not puke again. Earlier, after killing the A+ rank bear, he used the shadow resurrection skill on it, but the shadow resurrection failed for the first 2 times, and the body of the bear was badly damaged in the process. He was hesitant, but he still used the shadow resurrection for the 3rd time on the damaged body, but it failed once again. When the shadow resurrection failed for the 3rd time, the bear's body exploded like a balloon, sending blood, its internal organs and chunks of flesh flying everywhere. He was standing very close to the body of the bear, and was not prepared for the sudden explosion. He was not able to defend himself on time, and his body was bathed in the blood and the chunks of bear's flesh. Feeling his body being covered in blood and flesh, a sick feeling engulfed him, and his stomach churned. Soon all the fluids that his body received through the medical capsule were thrown away by him. I will make sure to use this skill from the distance next time, Evan thought, and soon saw the shadow hippo he sent earlier to kill monsters. Now the amount of shadow energy he was receiving from the connection was very low, and he already stopped choosing his wind manipulation skill. He can even feel the shadow energy his core absorbed earlier was being sent back through the connection. He wasn't sure how much time he has left, so he decided to leave from here as soon as possible. He already told Shadow Layla to collect the cores after killing the monsters, but the shadow hippo was different. Even though Evan doesn't know much, he can feel that the shadow hippo can't collect core him. When he reached near shadow hippo, he noticed it was fighting against 2 injured B+ rank monsters. One monster was a 3 meters tall ape, while the other one was a 5 meters tall cyclops with 1 eye and a big horn on its head. A B rank monster was laying dead not far away from the shadow hippo, apparently killed by it earlier. Evan noticed even though the shadow hippo was fighting against 2 monsters alone, it had a good advantage in the fight because the ape and cyclops were badly injured by the tornadoes earlier. The shadow hippo croaks out loud, and the purple flames in its eyes blazed with even more intensity as a large wave of water rose from the ground, and engulfed the ape and the cyclops who were badly injured. The destructive power of the water crushed the body of the ape and the cyclops, and their injuries worsened. After the water wave disappeared, both the ape and the cyclops were left in a completely sorry state. The wounds on their body enlarged and blood was flowing out from them uncontrollably. Their aura was way weaker than before, and the spark of life was disappearing from their eyes. but those sparks of life instantly disappeared from their eyes when two small bullets came down from the sky, taking away their lives. "Good job." Evan came down from the sky and praised the shadow hippo. Grog. The shadow hippo grunted in happiness upon hearing Evan and walked toward him. Evan quickly went toward the body of the ape and the Cyclops to look for the core. He didn't find anything in the body of the ape, but he got a cow from the Cyclops. He also looked for the core in the body of the B-rank panther but did not find anything. After not finding anything from the panther, he first used Shadow Resurrection on the ape and the Cyclops at the same time. Shadow Resurrection failed. Bang! The body of the ape exploded when he used Shadow Resurrection. Evan was stunned because it exploded on his first try, but he quickly understood what happened. The body of the ape was already severely damaged, and after Shadow Resurrection failed it wasn't able to endure damage and exploded. Luckily he learned from his mistake earlier and was standing a little distance away from the body when he used Shadow Resurrection. Even though the body of the ape exploded, Evan watched with a wide smile as a shadow similar to Cyclops stepped out from its body. "I am glad both of them did not explode," Evan muttered while quickly using Shadow Resurrection one more time on the dead B-rank panther which was killed by Shadow Hippo before he arrived here. The body of the panther was covered by shadow energy, and soon a black shadow that looks similar to the dead panther came out. Great! Evan laughed out loud seeing Cyclops and the panther. "Master, I am back." Evan was looking at the Cyclops who just walked towards him, when he heard voices of Shadow Layla, and saw her flying towards him. Soon she landed in front of her while holding two cores in her hand. "As you ordered, I killed all the monsters there and got these two cores," she said to him while passing one B+ rank and one B rank core. "Good job," Evan said to Shadow Layla who seemed happy after hearing him. Evan took the core and put them away. "With this now I have two B+ rank cores, one B rank core and one A+ rank core that I got from that bear," Evan thought with a satisfied expression on his face. Just when he was ready to leave from there his expression changed, and he thought about a crucial thing that he forget. "How the hell am I going to bring them with me?" Evan looked at the four shadows in front of him not understanding what to do. "How should I bring them with me?" Evan said out loud when he was ready to leave. He wasn't worried about Shadow Layla since she can fly, but the other three can't fly. After pondering for a moment he thought about going forward alone, and asking Shadow Layla to bring them with her since she knew the way to Aquaville City. But before he can ask her she spoke. "Master, you don't have to worry about us, we can just move into your shadow." As Lil spoke she moved toward him and went inside his shadow. Evan was scared less when he saw Shadow Layla going inside his shadow. He thought she might take over his body just like how he read in most of the novels, but he soon realized he was worried for nothing. He can actually feel her presence inside his shadow storage and he can kick her out whenever he wants. And one more thing that he realized was that his shadow storage was way bigger than before. The size of his shadow storage was around 1,000 square meters. Holy SHT, isn't it too big? Evan can't help but think feeling his shadow storage was too big. If they can stay in my shadow doesn't it mean I can bring them anywhere with me? Evan's eyes can't help but shine when he thought about bringing out a bunch of high-level shadows while facing someone, but he soon stopped thinking about this, and ordered the other three to move inside his shadow storage. The shadow hippo along with Cyclops and the panther also went inside his shadow storage. Good. Now let's get out of here quickly. Evan used his shadow wings and took into the sky. The shadow energy already stopped coming through the connection, and even the energy which his core absorbed earlier to protect his prime core was returning back so that the burden on his core can be lessened. Evan tried to stop the shadow energy which was returning, and utilized it to use his shadow wings. Boo! A sonic boom was produced, and Evan shot forward in the direction Shadow Layla said Aquaville City is located. Evan was using his wings to full power so that he can reach at the safe place before the shadow energy inside his core runs out. A streak of black light tore through the sky, and moved forward scattering the clouds that came into his way. "It's too fast," Evan screamed inside his mind. Currently, he was flying even faster than the jet which was destroyed earlier. But now that his body doesn't have much shadow energy, his physical abilities were greatly decreased compared to before. He was not even able to see his surroundings clearly because of how fast he was moving. He also started to feel some burden on his mind because he was using shadow energy to cast his shadow wings. He wasn't feeling anything like this when the energy was coming through the connection, but now that the energy stopped coming through the connection, and he was using the energy of his core, it was placing some burden on his mind. If he stopped using shadow energy, and use mana, he will not feel the pressure, but his speed will greatly decrease if he use mana instead of shadow energy. I have to endure it for a little longer. According to Shadowlull, I am not far from Aquaville City. Evan gritted his teeth and didn't stop using shadow energy. Soon he started to feel a headache, but he didn't stop. The shadow energy which was inside his core was still going back, and some of it was being used by him to cast his wings. After 20 minutes of flying, Evan caught glimpses of a city in the far distance. Even though he wasn't able to see clearly because of his fast speed, he was sure that it was the outline of Aquaville City. After seeing the outline of the Aquaville City, Evan finally relaxed and stopped using shadow energy for his wings. When he stopped using shadow energy, the energy from his core started to return at a faster speed. In just a few seconds most of the shadow energy left his core and went back through the connection. But soon he noticed that there was still some shadow energy left in his monarch core, and it wasn't going back. Evan tried to control it, and found he can control it just like how he used to control one unit of shadow energy that he had. Even though he wasn't sure, Evan can feel that the current amount of shadow energy which remained inside his core was far more than one unit he previously had. Looks like the amount of shadow energy I have also increased after advancing to C rank, Evan thought, and continued to fly using shadow wings. Now that he was using mana, his speed was greatly decreased compared to before, but it was still faster than his top speed before he reached C rank. The headache he was feeling also started to decrease since he wasn't using shadow energy anymore, but Evan was feeling completely exhausted after using so much shadow energy earlier. If not for the fact that he was very curious about his new skills and class, he would have already called out Shadow Layla and others to keep watch, and went to sleep in this wilderness. Soon he was just a few kilometers away from the Aquaville City. He first wanted to completely understand his new skills before going back to the city, so that he can be sure that the ghost-like shadows who are inside his shadow storage will not cause any trouble for him. He landed some distance away from the city and sat down there. Now I can finally take a proper look at my status window. Being worried about anything, Evan muttered to himself and finally opened his status window. Evan opened his status window and was stunned just after reading the first two notifications. Your monarch core is advancing to C rank. Ruler's authority is being established over the Shadow Realm through the Shadow Monarch core. Ruler's authority, Shadow Realm? What are these? Evan muttered in a confused filled voice and read the next notification. Your soul is not strong enough to fully establish the ruler's authority over the Shadow Realm. Process of establishing the ruler's authority is being stopped. When Evan read the third and fourth notifications, something clicked in his mind. Is this ruler's authority and Shadow Realm related to the connection which was formed earlier? Evan muttered and find it most likely the case. He still remembered how the connection stopped after reaching at 50% because his soul wasn't able to handle the burden of the connection. But what the hell is this Shadow Realm and Ruler's authority in reality? Evan muttered while scratching the back of his head because he was not able to understand what are these two things. When he wasn't able to understand what are these two things, he looked at the next notifications and became even more confused. You have absorbed one of? Your soul is being strengthened because of absorbing. Process of establishing the ruler's authority is starting once again. Why is the question marks? Evan asked himself and frowned. He still remembered a strange energy leaving his body when the connection stopped forming after reaching 50%. After some time a small portion of that energy came back and he passed out because of the headache at that time. When he thought about how he passed out, another frown appeared on his face. I saw many strange dreams after passing out, but I can't remember any of them clearly. Evan said to himself while rubbing his temples. When he tried to remember what he saw in the dreams after passing out, he just saw some hazy images. It was like all of those things were sealed by something to not put pressure on his mind. Just what the hell is going on here? Evan looked at the next notification and can't help but sigh. You have absorbed one of your soul is being strengthened because of absorbing. He scrolled down and saw there were around 500 notifications of him absorbing something and his soul being strengthened. Tell me what I absorbed to strengthen my soul instead of shadowing these stupid question marks, Evan said out loud, feeling frustrated not being able to understand anything. Rustle. Suddenly he heard the sound of rustling coming from some bushes. He looked there, and saw an C-rank lizard-like monster who just walked out from there. He was so focused looking on the status window that he didn't feel it approaching till now. He was about to summon Shadow Hippo to take care of it when he thought about something. Since there are so many notifications of my soul being strengthened, then I might as well try it, Evan said to himself, and looked at the C-rank lizard who was approaching him slowly. Mind suppression. He used the spiritual skill that he got from the rhino that he killed during the Orc Den quest. His abyss black eyes suddenly shimmered with dim light. Squeal. Just as he used mind suppression, the lizard stopped moving and squealed out in pain, but it did not last long, because something that Evan was not expecting happened to the lizard. Bang! With a small bang, the head of the C-rank lizard suddenly exploded. Evan was stunned when he saw what happened, but the next second he felt a sense of weakness washing over his mind. His mind was already exhausted after using so much shadow energy earlier, and now that he used a spiritual skill he felt even more tired. Even though his mind was completely exhausted, Evan was feeling incredibly happy. Just a few days ago his spiritual power was even weaker than a D-rank hamster, but now his spiritual power is in a completely different league. You have absorbed one of your soul is being strengthened because of absorbing. Just what is this thing that I absorbed to make my soul strengthen like this? Evan can't help but take another look at the notification and mutter to himself. It is very hard to increase the power of the soul, and he was making different kinds of plans to increase his soul's power after finding his soul was very weak, but that problem is resolved without him doing anything. This is seriously insane, Evan said while shaking his head, and looked at the next notifications. Successfully established ruler's authority over Shadow Realm. Your core successfully advanced to C rank. One of your hidden titles is resonating with the Shadow Realm. Your hidden title, Ruler of the Shadow Realm, is now unlocked. Following are the effects of your title, Ruler of the Shadow Realm 1. Now you have access of the shadow energy. One of my hidden titles, Evan said to himself, remembering there were always some question marks beside his titles. Rule Breaker, Ruler of the Shadow Realm. He scrolled down and looked at his state window to see his current titles. There were still question marks, which means he still has another title which is locked. He ignored the question marks on his title window and focused back on his new unlocked title. After reading these notifications, he finally understood a few things. First, the connection he can feel with his monarch core is defiantly with the Shadow Realm, and the shadow energy he was receiving earlier was coming from this Shadow Realm as well. Second, after reaching C rank he somehow became the master of this place called the Shadow Realm, even though he doesn't know where it is located. And the third and most important thing he understood was the fact that the person responsible for showing details is definitely an Ashol. Why the Fouquet? There are also question marks on the effect of this new title. Evan screamed out loud, feeling extremely frustrated. Question marks on the thing that strengthened my soul. Question mark on my title state. Question mark on my title Rule Breaker's effects. And now question mark on this new title as well. Is this motherfucker the member of question mark cult or something? Evan cursed while trying to stay calm. He took a deep breath to not curse the 7 generations of the person responsible for showing details, and looked at the next notification. When he looked at the next notification his eyes froze because this was the thing he wanted to see the most. You have unlocked your class Shadow Necromancer. You have unlocked your class Shadow Necromancer. You have received the class-specific skill Shadow Resurrection. You have received the class-specific skill Shadow Save. You have received the class-specific skill Shadow Senses. You have received the skill Shadow Wings. You have received the unique skill Shadow Possession. Shadow Necromancer Evan muttered with his eyes wide open. When he saw the word resurrection earlier, he thought he got class like a Shadow Priest or Shadow Saint, but in reality, he got a class related to necromancy, which is completely opposite of the priest and saint. You can't judge a skill by its name, Evan said to himself and looked at the details of his new skills. Shadow Resurrection : You can use shadow energy to create a shadow undead from a lifeless corpse. The shadow undead will have the same level as the corpse from which it is created. You can use the skill on the corpses that are 2 levels above you. The chances of shadow resurrection failing increases depending on the target's strength and the condition of its body. If a shadow undead is destroyed, you can summon it again using mana. Evan read the details of the skill carefully and can't help but take a breath of cold air after reading all the details. The best thing he found was the fact that he can summon shadow undead even if it was destroyed, and he doesn't need shadow energy for it. Doesn't it mean I will have undead that will never be destroyed as long as I have enough mana? Evan thought while gulping down his saliva, but he soon noticed something and raised an eyebrow. I can use shadow resurrection only on someone who is 2 levels above me, then how was I able to use it on Layla and others? Evan can't help but think since his Monarch core is still C rank, the 2 levels above C should be C+ and B rank. But he was still able to use shadow resurrection on Layla, who was an A rank hunter. But he soon understood what is going on. His Monarch core doesn't have levels like C+ or B+, it only has levels like F, E, D and so on. That means according to his Monarch core, 2 levels above it are B and A rank, so with his current Monarch core rank, he can use this skill on everyone below the S rank. Just thinking about the fact that he can have an army of shadow undead made from A+ rankers made his blood boil. Let's calm down for now. Without the support of the shadow energy there is no way I will be able to kill an A+ ranker, and turn it into shadow undead. Evan shook his head and tried to clear his head. He looked at the details of the next skill and was a little disappointed after reading its details. So I can't have an army with my current strength. Evan sighed and took a deep breath. Shadow Save: You can use shadow energy to create unlimited shadow undeads, but you can only preserve 5 of them. Shadow undead who are not preserved will disappear after 1 hour. Number of preserved shadows, 5. The number of shadows you can preserve will increase along with your rank. I can create an unlimited number of shadow undead, but can only preserve 5 of them using Shadow Save. Well, if I want to create my army I just have to increase my rank, Evan said to himself and smiled slightly, seeing he can increase the number of preserved shadows by increasing his rank. Even though he was a little disappointed, he did not think too much about it. With the help of his 4 shadow undead, it will not be difficult for him to gather cores and increase his rank in the future. He stopped thinking about creating his army for now and looked at the details of his next skill. Shadow Senses: You can share all senses with your shadow undead regardless of the distance. Evan read the details and his eyes lit up. He summoned the shadow hippo from his shadow storage. Go and run around the wilderness for some time, Evan said to the shadow hippo after summoning it. The shadow hippo acknowledged his order and ran away from them without asking anything. Let's see. When the shadow hippo disappeared from his sight, he closed his eyes and used Shadow Sense skill to connect with the shadow hippo. Suddenly his view changed, and he started to see what the hippo was seeing. Along with the view he was even able to hear what the hippo was hearing. This skill will be very useful for me, Evan thought while looking around. Suddenly he thought about something and immediately tried it. Come back. He tried to command the shadow hippo to come back through their connected senses. If he can even communicate with them through the share senses skill, it will be very helpful. Just as Evan said it to come back through their connected senses, the hippo stopped running and turned around to go back. With this skill, it will be very easy for me to gather information, or spy on someone, Evan thought to himself and stopped choosing the skill. When he stopped choosing skill, his vision returned to normal. After his vision returned to normal, he looked at the details of his next skill which he used just a while ago. Shadow wings: create 2 wings of shadow using mana. The more mana you use on the wings, the faster you will be able to fly. The wings also have a great defense and can be used as a shield to weaken or stop an attack. When Evan read the details of the skill, he was surprised. He already knew about the flying details of the wings, but he was surprised that those wings also have a great defense. All of these skills are not normal. Evan can't help but say after seeing even the shadow wings was a special skill. After reading its details, Evan took a deep breath and looked at the details of his next skill. He was quite excited about it because it was a unique skill which he never thought he will get even before reaching to B rank. Shadow possession. You can merge yourself with any shadow undead you have preserved. You will receive all the abilities of the shadow undead you have merged with yourself. If the shadow undead you have merged is of higher rank than you, then your rank will be increased to the same level as that of the shadow undead. If the shadow undead is a lower rank than you, then all of your base stats will be increased by 50%. The effect of the skill will last for 2 minutes, cooldown 10 hours. Evan read the details of the skill and his eyes opened wide. There was just one word that came into his mind after reading the details of the skill: ridiculous. At first glance, the skill looks quite normal, but when he deeply thought about the effect of the skill, he can't help but feel that this skill is also ridiculous, just like other skills he received. Since I can merge with any preserved shadow undead, doesn't it mean I can merge myself with Shadow Layla, and my rank will be increased to A for 2 minutes? Evan muttered while feeling this skill is breaking the concept of ranks. If his rank increased to A, he was sure that he will be able to fight against an A+ ranker without any problem because of the boost that his 2 cores provides him. With this skill, he will be able to face even an A+ ranker for 2 minutes without the help of his shadow energy. If I merge with someone who is lower rank than me, then I will receive a 50% boost in all of my stats. But I don't have any shadow undead who is lower rank than me, Evan mumbled while shrugging his shoulders. He never planned to create a shadow undead who is weaker than him unless that shadow undead have something unique. Unique skills are really different from normal skills. Evan smiled and closed his status window. Now that he has shadow possession, he was more confident about dealing with the Dark Guild. He still remembered Layla telling him she captured him because someone ordered her. He wanted to ask Shadow Layla if she has memories of the original Layla. According to what Evan saw till now, she doesn't behave like an undead at all. She can make her own decision, like how she attacked the hippopotamus when it appeared near him, or how she told him about the fact that they can move into his shadow storage. If Shadow Layla has memories of the original Layla, he will be able to gather important information about the Dark Guild from her. There were still many things that he wanted to know about these shadow undead, like, can he increase their level? Can they think on their own, or are they just mindless puppets? And many more things, but this wasn't the time. Currently, his mind is completely exhausted and he wanted nothing more than to sleep. My body is in a complete mess, Evan sighed while examining himself, and when he said his body is in complete mess, he was referring from both outside and inside. His body was still covered in the blood of the A+ rank bear which exploded when he used Shadow Resurrection on it. There were even some chunks of small flesh stuck in his hair. But more than anything he was concerned about his prime core. It looks like it will shatter at any moment, Evan said to himself with a frown on his face. His prime core was damaged because of the pressure of his monarch core earlier. It was filled with cracks from all over the place, and looks like it will crumble at any moment. When his prime core was damaged in the Shadow Kingdom dungeon, he used the refine energy of the core to heal it. But looking at the current condition of his prime core, he was sure that if he tries to heal it using the energy of the core, it won't be able to endure it and will definitely crumble. I can just wait for it to recover naturally for some time before using the energy of a core to heal itself, Evan said while sighing. Currently, he has enough cores to advance his prime core to C rank. He wanted to see what will happen when his prime core reaches C rank. But looking at its current condition, he knew he will have to wait for some time before he can advance it to C rank. Not only my prime core, even my monarch core is at the peak of C rank thanks to the shadow energy. Once my prime core reaches C rank, I can immediately increase the rank of my Monarch Core to B rank, Evan said while showing a gleeful smile, thinking about how he will be able to preserve more shadow after increasing his rank, made his blood boil from excitement. Let's go back to the city to take a good rest before thinking about what to do next. Evan stood up and was ready to go back to the city when he noticed his current look was even worse than a beggar. Then he remembered what he saw during the fight of the Shadow Hippo. It used water to blow away both the Cyclops and the ape at that time, Evan said while rubbing his chin, and looked at the hippo who returned from running a few minutes ago. Can you create some water so that I can clean myself a little? Evan asked the Shadow Hippo. The Shadow Hippo grunted and Evan saw a blob of water appear in front of him. Perfect. Evan nodded his head and used the floating blob of water to clean his face, which was completely red because of blood. After cleaning himself a little, so that he will look like a human, Evan nodded his head and made his way toward the city gate. Since it was quite normal for hunters to come in tattered clothes, and covered in blood after fighting against monsters, no one asked him anything and he entered the city without any problem. While walking away from the city gate, Evan once again looked at his status window. Name, Evan. Rank, D+. Monarch Core. Rank, C. Strength, D+. Agility, D+ Mana, D+ Stamina, D+ Intelligence, D+ Luck, B. Charm, B. Shadow Energy, C. Skills: Shadow Walk, Haste, Dimensional Shadow Bullet, Ice Chains, Wind Manipulation, Shadow Wings. Physique: Shadow Monarch. Physique. Title: Rule Breaker, Ruler of the Shadow Realm. Class: Shadow Necromancer. Class: Skills: Shadow Resurrection, Shadow Save, Shadow Senses, Shadow Possession. Evan ignored all the things including his luck and charm who were screaming for attention. Yes, good looks are important, but power is more important than the good look. It is not like he is the protagonist of an hero novel where he has to praise his good looks after every 10 seconds. He ignored the charm and good luck who were screaming for attention with a cold look on his face, and showed a perverted smile when he saw his shadow energy state. So now I have shadow energy just like Mana, Evan said to himself after seeing instead of 1 unit now the shadow energy was showing C. He once again checked his Monarch Core and saw there was still shadow energy inside it. He can control it just like how he was able to control the 1 unit of shadow energy. I still have to check if I will get any backlash or not after using it earlier. He was using shadow energy coming through his connection with the shadow realm, and did not receive any backlash even after using so much shadow energy. Previously, he receives backlash even after using just 1 unit of shadow energy. He wasn't sure, but he has a feeling that now he might not receive severe backlash because of the effect of his title Master of the Shadow Realm. Following are the effects of your title Ruler of the Shadow Realm. 1. Now you have access of the shadow energy. Since it says now I have access of the shadow energy, I shouldn't receive a backlash, right? Evan said to himself and tried his best not to test it out right now. His mind was currently fully exhausted. If he tried to use shadow energy now, he might pass out. He closed his status window and soon grabbed a taxi. The funeral resort where he stayed before wasn't far from there. It took him around 30 minutes to reach the funeral resort. After paying the taxi bill, he walked inside the resort. He paid the bill using his phone since he got it back from Layla's storage ring. After killing her, he didn't forget to take her storage ring. eth registered eth negation xt. He just took back his things, and still didn't check what is inside her storage ring since he was currently quite exhausted. So around 1 month passed since I was abducted, Evan muttered while walking inside the resort. Even though he doesn't remember all the dreams he saw when he was unconscious, he still remembers he passed out for a long time. Earlier he even thought he was unconscious for years, so he was quite glad that only 1 month passed by. When he booked his room, Evan noticed the female receptionist was looking at him with a weird gaze. Even though he cleaned himself a little with the help of the shadow hippo, he was still looking like a beggar. Evan can understand what she was thinking since the resort was quite expensive. He sighed and first paid the bill so that she will not call out the security to throw him out, and just as expected from a professional, after he first paid the bill, She showed a professional smile and handed over the key of his room. Evan took the key and walked away from without any expression on his face, but inside he was sighing heavily. He purchased armor before the start of the Orc Den mission. After purchasing the armor he was completely broken, and now after booking the room, his bank balance is all-time low. I don't even have enough money to eat something good, Evan thought, and arrived in his room. I just hope I will get something good from Layla's storage ring, Evan said to himself and walked toward the bathroom. Evan took her off his clothes and switched on the shower. I still have to visit the dungeon to get the energy absorption skill, Evan said, while feeling the sensation of cold water all over his body. It took him around half an hour to properly clean himself. After showering, when he walked out and saw himself in the mirror, he noticed a mark on his glabella. What is this? Evan frowned and took a closer look. This mark looks similar to the shape of one unit of shadow energy which used to rotate around my monarch core, Evan mumbled after taking a closer look at the mark. The mark was pitch black in color and looks like a water drop. The mark matched with his black hair and abyss black eyes, giving him a mystical look. Even though it looks quite good, it will definitely attract unwanted attention from other people, Evan said while rubbing his mark. Just as he said this, the mark on his forehead started to decrease in size. Soon the mark on his glabella turned into a small black dot which can't be seen unless you take a closer look. He thought about increasing the size of the mark and it returned to normal. So I can control its size, Evan said to himself, and once again turned it into a small dot. After wearing clothes, Evan looked at the bed and the coffin beside it. After pondering for some time, he made his decision and walked toward the coffin. Even though I am not a vampire, for a necromancer a coffin is more suitable than the bed, Evan said with a chuckle and lay down inside the coffin present in the room. After just a few seconds of laying, the fatigue of using shadow energy kicked in and Evan fell asleep. Evan woke up feeling fully refreshed. His mind, which was dizzy because of using shadow energy, was now completely recovered. He came out from the coffin and looked outside of the window while stretching his stiff body. Looks like I slept for quite some time, Evan muttered when he saw it was completely dark outside. He looked at the watch and was surprised to see it was already midnight. He arrived at the hotel at 10 a.m., which means he slept for more than 12 hours. Considering how I was going through continuous headaches even when I was passed out, I think it is normal for me to sleep for so long, Evan said to himself while looking at the flowing Aqua River from the window of his room. The cool morning breeze caressed his cheeks while his hair fluttered in the air. Looking at the silent and beautiful view, he felt his eyes becoming heavy and he wanted to sleep once again. Growl. Just when he was about to sleep, his stomach grumbled like it was protesting. Evan's eyes became clear once again and he walked toward the bathroom to wash his face. After washing his face, he came out from the bathroom and extended his right hand while doing an extravagant pose. Whoosh! When he extended his hand, something shot out from his shadow storage, and he caught it without any problem. Back to basics, huh? Evan said after catching the thing and looking at it with twitching eyes. The thing in his hand was a legendary box of cup noodles. Since he patched up with his girlfriend named Poverty after buying that armor, he returned to basic once again. Before going on the Orc Den mission, he bought some packets of cup noodles for an emergency since he did not have enough money to buy anything else. He can try to look in Layla's storage ring, but it was unlikely he will find something like money in the storage ring of an A-rank hunter. There might be some valuable items in the storage ring, but it is not like he can eat those items. He used his signature method to prepare the cup noodles. He opened the cup noodles box, poured some hot water into it, and quickly closed the box again. Yes, his signature method is written behind all the packs of cup noodles. After 3 minutes the noodles were ready. He opened the lid of the cup noodle and smelled its aroma, and without any surprise the cup noodles smelled like, well, cup noodles. After nodding his head, Evan picked up the fork and scooped noodles in his mouth. After taking his first bite, a surprised expression appeared on his face. Since I didn't eat cup noodles for quite some time, it surprisingly tastes good, Evan said while taking another bite. He finished the entire pack of cup noodles, but he wasn't satisfied, so he made another one. After eating the second pack his stomach finally stopped protesting. When you are hungry everything tastes good. I think I now understand the meaning of this sentence, Evan said while picking up the empty boxes of the cup noodles, and throwing them away into the dustbin of the room. Now that my stomach stopped protesting I can look at Lyala's storage ring, Evan mumbled while throwing himself on the soft bed. He used his shadow storage and a storage ring came out from it. He picked up the ring, erased Lyala's mark, and used a drop of his blood to bind the storage ring with himself. Now let's see what is inside it. He looked inside the storage ring, and the first thing he saw was something that can be expected from every woman. They were obviously clothes and cosmetics. At least my girlfriend Poverty is very good in this department, and doesn't ask for useless things like these, Evan said while ignoring the clothes and cosmetics. But when he looked at the next item his eyes instantly lit up. He took out the item he just saw, and the light red-pink sword with a black hilt appeared in his hand. The sword was the same size as his Wind Fury, and was giving him a strange feeling like it was not real, but an illusion. Soon when Evan looked at its name he understood why the sword was giving him this strange feeling. Illusion Weaver, a sharp sword made from Elgoth, a high-level material that can only be found in a place full of fire element. The creator of the sword mixed rare illusion stones inside Elgoth while making the sword. While holding the sword the spiritual power of the user will be increased by 10%. If you have skills related to the illusion element their power will be enhanced by 25%. Once a day you can use skill Illusion Sword World. Illusion Sword World. Trap your opponents inside an illusion world full of sword aura. If the spiritual power of your opponent is not strong enough, there is a high chance his soul will be greatly damaged because of the sword aura inside the illusion sword world. Evan read the details of the sword and looked at it carefully once again. He can easily see that the sword was sharper than the Wind Fury, and he will be able to injure even monsters who have a high level of defense with it. The skill Illusion Sword World is also quite good, but I think Wind Fury is more suitable for me since I have wind manipulation skill. With the help of Wind Fury he can increase the power of his wind manipulation skill greatly, so he doesn't want to change it. Besides, he doesn't have illusion-related skill that this sword can enhance. eth registered negation xt. Wait a minute. Suddenly Evan thought about what he saw yesterday, when Shadow Layla killed that hippo. She used a skill that made the hippo dazed for a moment. Was that a skill related to illusion? Evan muttered and thought about asking to Shadow Layla later. If she has a skill related to illusion she can use this sword better than him. Since she is working for him, then increasing her power means increasing his own power. He put away the sword and looked at the next thing inside the ring. When Evan looked inside the ring he was stunned because he found something that he never thought he will find in a storage ring. A skill book. Evan's eyes widened as he saw a book with golden luster inside the storage ring. Even though he never used a skill book before, he knew how they looked from the images he saw on the internet. He quickly took out the book, and it appeared in his hand. The book's cover was golden in color with a small clock engraved on the front side of it. Never thought that I will get a skill book from her storage ring, Evan muttered while looking at its details. Time dilation. This skill alters the perception of time for you, making everything around you appear slower while you retain your normal speed. This ability can be used for strategic planning, evading attacks, or executing precise maneuvers. Evan read the details of the skill and a big smile blooms on his face. If this was a normal skill he would have sold it to get something good in return, since unlike others he can get skills without even using skill books. But after reading the details Evan immediately made up his mind. There is no way he will sell a skill like this. With this skill, he will have an easier time while fighting. He will be able to analyze the attack of the enemy more clearly, and can take precise measurements against it. Evan followed the instructions he read on the internet about how to use a skill book. He held the skill book in his hand and started to pour his mana into it. Just as Evan started to pour mana into the book its golden-colored cover lit up. Slowly the books turned into a moe of golden light and was absorbed by his body. Evan felt a strange energy circulating inside his body, but he didn't resist it because he didn't feel any kind of threat from it. After a few seconds, the energy circulating inside him started to disappear. You have learned the skill time dilation. Just as the energy disappeared, a notification appeared before him. Seeing he successfully learned a useful skill, Evan nodded his head and was about to look at other things in the storage ring when another notification appeared before him. Time dilation and haste skills are compatible with each other. Do you want to merge both skills into one? Yes/no. Evan looked at the notifications with a stunned look for a moment before he pressed yes with an eager look on his face. Till now he merged two skills, and both of them turned out to be on a completely different level than the other skills. Time dilation is already a high-level skill. He wanted to see what will happen after it will merge with the haste skill. Just like every time, his monarch core started to rotate when he pressed yes. He felt his mana being drained at rapid speed, but now that he was at C rank, his mana reserves were also very high when compared to before, so it did not affect him much. After some time his core started to slow down. With anticipation-filled eyes, Evan waited for the details of his new skills. Soon his core returned to normal and stopped rotating. You have learned the skill Temporal Velocity. Temporal Velocity. This skill will alter your perception of time, making everything around you appear slower while increasing your agility by 30% at the same time. Evan read the details of the skill and found everything was the same except for one thing. Even though there was only one change, this single change was more than enough to put a big smile on his face. Previously the skill was just increasing my perception of time, allowing me to see everything in slow motion, but if my body can't react fast enough, there is no point in seeing everything around you in slow motion. But with the increase of 30% in my agility, it will be even easier for me to react according to enemy attack, Evan said while rubbing his chin. He stood up from the bed and picked up the storage ring of Layla. After standing up, he lightly threw the storage ring upward and at the same time activated the Temporal Velocity skill. When he activated the skill, the world around him slowed down. As he watched the ring he threw in the air move upwards in slow motion, the ring continues to move before hitting the ceiling of the room. After hitting the ceiling, the ring started to fall down, but Evan felt it was falling very slowly. He felt like he was controlling the time around him to slow down the world, but in reality, it was just his mind which was processing everything around him very fast so that he can see everything slowly. The ring slowly came down after hitting the ceiling. He moved his hand forward and easily caught the ring. After catching the ring, he stopped choosing Temporal Velocity, and the world around him returned to normal. Perfect, Evan said after seeing the effect of the skill, but when he saw the mana consumption of the skill he smiled warily. The mana consumption of this skill is even higher than the Shadow Walk skill, Evan said while sitting down once again. Even though the mana consumption of the skill was quite high, he did not care about it, since the effect of the skill was way better than he expected. After sitting down, Evan once again looked inside the ring to see what other treasures were this ring was hiding. Useless, 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 Evan continued to say as he saw many useless things inside the ring. Most of the things inside her ring were documents related to her guild, which was completely useless to him. After just finding useless things for some time, Evan was attracted by a small thing sitting at the corner of the storage ring. He felt the thing looks somewhat familiar. What is this? Evan muttered and took out that small thing from the storage ring. A small bottle filled with black liquid appeared in Evan's hand. Seeing the bottle of black liquid, Evan felt he saw this thing somewhere before. Suddenly he remembered the bottle he got from Carlos's storage ring and immediately threw it inside the storage ring again. It was the same liquid that he found in Carlos's ring, and gave Valerie to see if she can find what this liquid was. Evan threw it inside the storage ring again, because he still remembered the horrible smell of this liquid when he opened the cork of the bottle at that time. He has to leave his room that day because of the horrible smell of this black liquid. Just what the hell is this liquid that even Layla has one of its bottles? Evan muttered with a frown on his face. Carlos was also from the Dark Guild just like Layla, so he can guess that this liquid is definitely related to the Dark Guild. If Shadow Layla still has the memories of the original Layla, I can ask her what is this thing, Evan said, and decided to ask her after fully checking the storage ring. When he once again looked in the storage ring, he did not find any strange thing again. There was no armor inside the storage ring, since he remembered Lil was wearing completely destroyed armor when he killed her. She must have used that armor to protect herself from the tornadoes, Evan said inside. If he got an armor, it would have been more useful to him. Soon he was done looking at everything inside the ring. Well, considering she was an A-rank hunter, it is normal she will just have these types of cores, Evan said while looking at the cores in front of him. There were 10 B rank, 4 B+ rank and 1 A rank core in front of him. He wasn't surprised after seeing these cores because it is quite easy for an A rank hunter to gather B rank cores. Evan put away those cores inside his shadow storage without any shame. After putting them away, he nodded his head and summoned Shadow Layla to get answers of some questions that were bothering him. Master, Shadow Layla appeared before him and bowed her head. Do you remember what your name is? Evan asked directly, hoping she will have memories of the original Layla. You didn't give me any name, Master, Shadow Layla answered, sounding confused by his question. Doesn't she have memories of the original Layla? Evan frowned after hearing her. He still remembered how she told him the direction of Aquaville City yesterday, which would have been impossible if she doesn't have original Layla's memories. Don't you remember what was your name before you died? Evan once again asked, looking at her. I remember that name, but I don't want to use that anymore. I want a new name from Master, Shadow Layla said, sounding quite excited about the notion of getting a new name. Evan was speechless when he heard what she just said, but at the same time, he confirmed one thing: she still has memories of the original Layla, Evan thought, and a smile appeared on his face. Since she knows what was her name before she died, then it means she still has memories of the original Layla. But if she really has memories of the original Layla, then Evan suddenly thought about something and looked at Shadow Layla with narrowed eyes. Since you remember what was your name before you died, then you must know I was the one who killed you. So why are you listing my commands? Evan asked while looking at her intently. If he was in her place and knew he has to listen to the order of someone who killed him, he would have plunged a knife into his chest the moment he went to sleep. He was afraid that she will do the same and will try to harm him, so he has to confirm that there is no danger in keeping these shadow undeads with him. What are you talking about, Master? You didn't kill me. Instead you used your power to give me this new body, which is thousands of times better than my previous one. It is my honor to serve you, and I want to do it for eternity, Shadow Layla said while kneeling in front of him. Evan looked at her with a stunned look, not understanding what this airhead was saying, but when he thought about what she said, he found what she just said was true. This body is really thousands of times better than her previous one, since now she is basically an immortal. Even if she is completely destroyed, I can summon her again using mana, Evan thought, and looked at Shadow Layla again. The more he talked to her, the more he started to doubt whether she is an undead or not. I think there is still something that I don't know about Shadow Resurrection, Evan sighed, not knowing if this was a good thing or not for her to act like this. Well, it is not like it is a bad thing. I will honestly prefer someone who can use his mind instead of acting like just a mindless puppet, Evan muttered and stopped thinking about it for now. He also noticed that even though the Shadow Hippo and his other Shadow Undead can't talk like Layla, they also don't behave like mindless puppets. I think Shadow Undead are the exact copy of the person from whom they are created. Shadow Hippo and others can't talk because they were unable to speak even when they were alive, Evan thought, and focused on Layla once again. You don't need to kneel, just stand up already, Evan said, feeling uncomfortable because of the devotee-like gaze of Shadow Layla. Looking at her devotee-like expressions, he does not doubt that, if he left her alone, she will create a cult where all the Shadow Undead will gather to pray from a statue that looks similar to him. Hearing Evan, she stood up, but her expression did not change. Evan ignored her expression and asked an important question. Can you still increase your rank? I don't know, Shadow Layla answered, because she doesn't know the answer of this question. Evan pondered for a moment because he already expected that she might not know the answer of this question. After some time he took out a B rank cow from his shadow storage, and tossed it towards her. Try to absorb it, Evan asked her after she grabbed the core. Layla tried to absorb the core but soon shook her head. It is not working. Do you have a core inside you? Evan took back the B-rank core from her and asked, wondering if she has a core like his prime core. No, Shadow, Layla instantly said, shattering Evan's hope. Since there is no core inside them, the chances of them being able to increase their rank is almost zero. Evan thought, feeling disappointed, but he stopped thinking about it since his other Shadow Undead are B+ rank, while Shadow Layla is A rank. They are more than enough for current him. He will think about what to do with them when his rank will increase even more. Now that I am done with this, Evan muttered and looked at Shadow Layla, who was the one who asked you to capture me. He wanted to know the person who wants to capture him and what is the exact reason. He is guessing that they wanted to capture him because they somehow found out he was the one who killed Carlos. It was Sarah. She was my superior in the Dark Guild and an S-rank hunter, Shadow Layla said in a disgust-filled tone when she called Sarah her superior. Evan was speechless after hearing her S-rank. He muttered, not knowing what to say. Even though he already expected this after knowing the person who wanted to capture him can even command an A-rank hunter like Layla, he still felt this was too much for a C-rank noob like him. Do you know what is the reason she wants to capture me? I don't know. She just sent me a message telling me you are in Aquaville City and I have to capture you, Shadow Layla said while shaking her head. Then she seems to remember something and said, even though I am not sure, I think it might have something to do with Master's unique physique. I don't know if you have a unique physique or not, but Sarah always asks me to keep an eye out for people who have a unique physique, and inform her immediately if I found someone. Evan narrowed his eyes after hearing Layla. Is she aware about my Shadow Monarch physique? Evan thought, but he denied this thought instantly. He never spoke about his physique to anyone, so the chances of them knowing about it were close to none. They don't know I have Shadow Monarch physique, but instead, they think I still have Shadow physique, Evan concluded, because most of the people were aware of his Shadow physique. Do you know why she asked you to keep an eye out for people with unique physiques? Evan asked curiously, wondering what they want to do with people who have unique physiques. She never told me. Shadow Layla shook her head hearing Evan. Unique physique, Evan muttered, and remember Dark Guild is also trying to capture Valerie. Does she also have a unique physique? Evan thought and remembered her fight against Carlos. He doesn't know what kind of skill she used at that time, but she was able to fight against Carlos despite the difference in their ranks. Was that skill related to her physique? Evan can't help but think finding it is quite possible, but he soon stopped thinking about it because Valerie's matter has nothing to do with him. Is this Sarah the leader of the Dark Guild? Evan asked, since she was an S-rank hunter, so it was quite possible. I am not sure, but I don't think she is the leader, Shadow Layla said while shaking her head. Evan also felt the leader of an organization won't be free enough to pay attention to a noob like him. Plus, from what he knew about Dark Guild till now, it won't be strange if they have more S-rank hunters just like this Sarah. I need to increase my strength quickly, Evan sighed, because, with his current strength, it will be impossible for him to do anything against someone who is an S-rank hunter. Yesterday, where were you taking me in that jet? Evan asked, wanting to know the location of this so-called Sarah. I was told to bring you Ravenhurst City. She told me to inform her after arriving at the airport in the Ravenhurst City, and someone will come to fetch me. Ravenhurst City, if I am not wrong, the Black Raven Academy is also located there, and there are many high-ranking hunters in that city just like Astarte City. To think they are operating in a place like this, Evan thought, finding it quite strange that they were operating in a city where many high-rank hunters are present. Do you know the location of their base in the city? No. It was my first time visiting there. Sarah told me someone will fetch me after I reach the Shadow. Layla shook her head. What a pity, Evan muttered while sighing. If he got information about their base, he would have informed the Hunter Association about it. This way he could have gotten a reward from the Hunter Association. Well, whatever, Evan said and looked back at Shadow Layla. There was no point for him to think about Dark Guild for now. With his current power, he won't be able to do anything to them even if he wanted. How did you create that orc den? I remember you said you were behind the creation of that orc den. Evan was very curious about this thing. When he was locked in the White Room by Layla, and she came to give him dinner, she said she was behind the creation of the orc den. This hint was also the reason he understood Layla was from the Dark Guild. When Shadowlayala heard his question, she opened her mouth and told him everything. How did you create that orc den? Evan asked with a curious expression on his face. I used fetid miasma to create it, Shadowlayala said while looking at him. Fetid miasma? What is that? Evan asked, racking his brain to remember if he heard about this thing before. It is a special potion created by an S-rank alchemist of the Dark Guild, Shadowlayala said in a plain tone, like this is not a big deal. On the other hand, Evan was stunned after hearing her. They even have an S-rank alchemist. He just heard about Sarah from Layla, who is an S-rank hunter, and now she is telling they even have an S-rank alchemist working for them. Just how strong their organization is? Evan can't help but think, but at the same time a different thought also came into his mind. If I can kill that alchemist and turn him into shadow undead, I will have my personal S-rank alchemist. Not just alchemist, I can even get a personal blacksmith and ask him to make a perfect weapon for me. With the help of shadow resurrection, I can make a perfect army for myself, but currently, I am too weak to even think about something like this, Evan muttered and put this thought at the back of his mind. He took out the small bottle of the black liquid from Layla's storage ring. Is this the fetid miasma you are talking about? Yes, Shadowlayala nodded her head after seeing the small bottle. How did he create something like this? Evan asked, genuinely curious, because there are other S-rank alchemists as well in the world, but no one was able to make something like this till now. I think they found its creation method inside a ruin, Shadowlayala said, sounding a little unsure, but when Evan heard her, he found it quite possible, because he don't think even an S-rank alchemist will be able to come up with something like this. How does it work, and how can it summon so many orcs there? Evan asked while looking at the small bottle closely. Master, it doesn't summon orcs. Shadowlayala shook her head. With this, we can cause a dungeon outbreak. We just have to spill this liquid on the floors of the dungeon, and monsters will be able to come out from it. There is actually an A-rank dungeon with 15 floors deep within that mountain range. When I found that dungeon around 2 months ago, I used a concealment formation to hide it from the other. Then I used fetid miasma on the first 5 floors to cause a dungeon outbreak in it, and created another concealment formation to hide the area where most of the orcs were gathering after coming out from the dungeon. In just a few days most of the orcs from the first 5 floors came out from the dungeon, and created an orc den there. When they successfully created their den, I removed the concealment formation and asked some of my guild members to inform the Hunter Association about the orc den near the city. When Hunter Association heard about it, they immediately sent someone to investigate the orc den, and after confirming there was really an orc den there, they released a mission about it. Evan heard her while looking at the small bottle with a surprised look on his face. He can't believe a small bottle like this can be used to cause a dungeon outbreak. So if I go into a dungeon and spill it inside it, all the monsters from the dungeon will be able to come out from it? Evan asked and looked at Shadowlayala. Yes, if it is a dungeon without floors, then all the monsters will be able to come out from it, but if it is a dungeon with floors, you will have to spill a bottle on each floor, Layla said while nodding her head. A dungeon without floors means dungeons like the Shadow Kingdom, while dungeon with floors means dungeons like the Frost World. So the reason there were just 2 A-rank orcs, and many low-rank orcs, was because you used it only on the first 5 floors? Evan asked while putting away the bottle. Yes, Shadowlayala nodded her head, but there was still one question that Evan wanted to ask. Why did you create that orc den? He can't understand why she did such troublesome things. She used concealment formation to hide that dungeon, then used fetid miasma to cause an outbreak, and after the orc den was formed she informed the Hunter Association about it. He can't understand what was the reason behind all these things. I was the guild master of the silver rank guild Sacred Heart. The guild was just a step away from being promoted to the gold rank guild, but there was no suitable opportunity for it even after a few months. So when I found that dungeon by chance, I decided to create the opportunity by myself. I used fetid miasma to create that orc den and contributed the most. Even though the event where the orc turns out to be someone with unique skill was quite unexpected, it still went according to plan, and just before I left for Ravenhurst City the guild was promoted to gold rank, Shadow Layla said. But Evan noticed she was saying all of this like it is not a big deal. It was obvious she don't care about the guild now. Even though Shadow Layla doesn't care about the gold rank guild, Evan was different from her. Gold rank guild, huh? It would have been awesome if you can become its guild master, Evan muttered while looking at Shadow Layla, but the way you look now, there is no way you can replace her. Even though Shadow Layla has all memories of the original Layla, there is no way she can replace her now that she looks like a shadow. But the next second Evan's eyes opened wide and he looked at Shadow Layla with a shocked face. Master, if you want me to continue to stay as the guild master it won't be too difficult. In front of Evan, the appearance of Layla started to change. The small purple flames burning in her eyes started to disappear. Her pitch black hair, which looks like strings of black mana, started to turn light golden in color. Evan's eyes were wide open as he watched her appearance return to normal. In just a few seconds the appearance of Shadow Layla completely changed, and now she was looking exactly like the original Layla. Same golden color hair, black eyes, red lips, big bow _ go back inside Shadow's storage, Evan shouted while looking at the ceiling of the room. He just realized the color of the room ceiling is completely white. An excellent choice. Shadow Layla didn't ask anything and immediately went inside Shadow's storage. Evan looked inside Layla's storage ring with twitching eyes, and threw all of the clothes that were inside it into his shadow storage. Then he used his skill Shadow Senses skill and ordered Shadow Layla to come out after wearing the clothes. After some time Shadow Layla came out from his shadow storage fully dressed. She was wearing a normal red shirt and a black skirt. She was looking like just a normal beautiful woman. If other people saw her they won't be able to tell that she is actually not a normal human but a shadow undead. How did you change your appearance? Evan asked without any expression on his face. I have a skill named Chameleon Illusion. It allows me to change my appearance however I want, Shadow Layla said while looking at Evan. Oh, Evan nodded his head after hearing her. For a moment he thought that all of his shadow undead can take their original appearance. Do you have all the skills of the original Layla or did you get new skills after turning into shadow undead? Evan asked because he forgot to ask this question earlier. I didn't get any new skills after transforming, but I still have all the skills that I had before died, Shadow Layla said while shaking her head. Evan nodded his head and pondered for some time while looking at Shadow Layla. Now that Shadow Layla was looking exactly like the original Layla, she can easily take her place as guild master, but there are a few problems that he will have to deal with so that she can become the guild master. First and the most important problem is the Dark Guild. Layla was supposed to bring him to Ravenhurst City yesterday. Previously he didn't think too much about it since it wasn't his concern. He was thinking about returning to Astrate City after finishing his business here. He did not care what Sarah or the Dark Guild will do after knowing he somehow escaped and Layla died. He was sure that they won't suspect that he, a D+ rank hunter, killed Layla who was an A rank hunter. But now that he wanted to make Shadow Layla the new guild master, he will have to prepare a good excuse about why she didn't bring him to Ravenhurst City, and how he escaped from her. There is a very high chance they will call her back if she didn't give them a good reason, and if she tries to ignore them they might do something that will destroy the guild completely. He wanted Shadow Layla to be a guild master, and a member of the Dark Guild at the same time so that she will be able to provide him latest information about the Dark Guild. At the same time, he will not have to worry about many things if Shadow Layla becomes the guild master. First, gold rank guilds will have many dungeons under their control. If he made her guild master he will be able to enter in those dungeons without any problems. Second, he will not have to worry about money or cause, because the entire treasure vault of the guild will be under his control. Third, he will be able to order around the members of the guild to do his bidding. Like if he needs cores from a specific monster, he can send a team to hunt that monster and bring its core. There are many other things that will greatly help a person like him who doesn't have a big background if he made Shadow Layla Guild Master of the Sacred Heart. Alright, even though it will be dangerous for me, the rewards are definitely worth the risk. Evan finally made up his mind and come up with a plan that will allow Shadow Layla to fool the Dark Guild. There is no way he will miss such a good opportunity. If she became Guild Master, I won't have to worry about joining another guild in the future so that I can enter A-rank dungeons. With this gold rank guild I will be able to enter A-rank dungeon without any problem, Evan muttered with his eyes shining. He doesn't have to reach S rank since he can use the Tower of Ascension after reaching A rank because of his title Rule Breaker. So are you ready to resume your duty as the Guild Master of the Sacred Heart Guild? Evan asked Shadow Layla with a wide smile. Just the notion of having a gold rank guild under him made him excited. But Master, what about the Dark Guild? How are we going to deal with them? They will definitely try to do something since I did not bring you to Ravenhurst City, Shadow Layla asked after hearing him. Evan nodded his head when he heard her. He was happy she can think about these kinds of things without him saying. It would have been difficult for her to operate the guild if she can't even think about these kinds of basic problems. Don't worry about the Dark Guild, I already have a plan in mind. It will be a little dangerous but I think it will work somehow, Evan said while waving his hand. Master, can you give me a name now? After Evan told her what to tell Dark Guild, Shadow Layla asked him. Evan was confused when he heard her and asked, why do you want a new name? Since you will be acting as the Guild Master of the Sacred Heart, you can just choose your previous name. I will use that name when I will be in the guild, but I still want a different name from Master, Shadow Layla said while looking at him with anticipation. Evan's mouth twitched and he was tempted to give her the name Shadow Layla and finish this rux, but seeing her anticipation-filled gaze he wasn't able to say it. Whoosh, suddenly 3 more shadows shot out from his shadow storage, and the shadow hippo along with the other 2 also appeared before him, and just by seeing their anticipation-filled looks, he can guess that they also wanted a name. What a headache, Evan muttered while rubbing his chin. If it is up to him he would have given them names like A1, A2 and so on, and from the looks on their face, he is certain that they will accept those names without saying anything. They just want a name from him no matter what is it, and since from now on they are going to help him, he also felt if he just gave them some half-baked names he will be in a shoal. You can use illusion element, right? Evan asked while looking at Shadow Layla. Yes, Shadow Layla nodded her head. Alright then, from now on your name will be Lucio, Evan said after thinking for about 10 seconds. He knows his naming sense is a bit twisted, which is why he tried his best to come up with a good name that will suit her. Lucia, Shadow Layla muttered and a happy smile appeared on her face. Good, from now on I shall be known as Lucia. Evan also sighed in relief seeing she was happy with the name. After Lucia, he looked at his second shadow undead, the hippo. He rubbed his chin and pondered for some time while looking at it. Since you can use water element and Aquaville City is also famous for its water view, how about I give you the name Aqua? Evan said after thinking for about 2.5 seconds. Even though this hippo is clearly a male and Aqua sounds like a female name, it is not like anyone will care about such small things. The most important thing is that the name must sound pleasant to ears, Evan thought to himself after giving Shadow Hippo its name. Grey Aqua nodded its head while grunting, and looks quite happy after receiving its name. After Aqua, Evan looked at the Cyclops. The Cyclops was 5 meters tall. It was good that the ceiling of the room was quite high, so it was able to fit in the room without a problem. The body of Cyclops was weaker than orcs by a small margin. But unlike orcs, they can use skills, so in overall comparison, they were more powerful than orcs. Evan looked at its appearance while deep in thought. The one eye at the center of its forehand was burning with purple flame, giving an eerie feeling. A big pointy horn was coming out from the center of its head. Its hand and feet were quite muscular while its stomach was completely round, giving it a chubby appearance. Necros, From now on your name will be Necros, Evan said after thinking for about 7 seconds. Grahakwa made a dissatisfied sound while looking at Necros. It was angry that Evan gave it a name after thinking for about 7 seconds, while its name only took 2.5 seconds. For some reason, it was feeling its name is fake. Of course, it was not angry at Evan but at Necros. It was unreasonable, but that's how it is. It was demanding a name exchange with Necros. Necros ignored Aqua and bowed its head at Evan after receiving its name. After bowing when it raised its head, Evan can swear he saw Necros showing a smug smile to Aqua like it was mocking it. Grahakwa made a threatening sound seeing the smug smile of Necros. Evan was happy that Aqua wasn't wearing a glove or it would have already thrown it at Necros to challenge it for exchanging the name. It is fine as long as they don't start a fight, Evan thought, and ignored both of them. He looked at his last shadow undead. It was a panther and it was the only one who was at the B rank among his shadow undead. Aqua and Necros are at B+ rank while Lucia is at A rank. After turning into shadow undead, the panther was pitch black in color. In other words, it was a black panther. After seeing it, Evan did not even think for a second before one word automatically came into his mind. Yibump, Evan said while looking at the panther. The B rank panther was stunned. Lucia was stunned. Necro and Aqua were also stunned and stopped fighting. All three of them looked at the black panther who was standing with a dazed look on its face, and the next second Lucia started to laugh like there is no tomorrow. Aqua and Necros also followed and started to laugh while giving the panther a pitiful look. The black panther looked at Evan for some time before lowering its head, and a depressed aura started to come out from its body. Evan was stunned when he saw what was happening, but he soon understood why they were laughing. Lucia and others were laughing at the black panther because Evan did not even think for a second before giving it a name. In their eyes, its name is completely fake. Evan was completely speechless when he saw Aqua, who was just fighting with Necros for name exchange, walk in front of the black panther and started to mock it. The poor black panther continues to look at the floor of the room without lifting its head. Even though it wanted to beat down Aqua, it was just B rank, and can't fight against Aqua who is a B+ rank. From the depressed expressions of the black panther, Evan was sure that it would have already committed suicide if not for the fact that it is already dead. Why are you all laughing? I am still thinking about the name for your junior brother. Don't disturb me. Evan wasn't able to see the black panther in such a depressed state and said in a stern voice, Master, but did not you already give it a name? Lucia asked while looking at him with a confused face. Aqua, who was laughing, was also stunned, feeling the script is wrong. When did I say it was your junior brother's name? I was just thinking about other things and spoke out loud. Now don't make a sound. I am thinking about its name, Evan said and closed his eyes, pretending to be deep in thought like he was thinking about an important matter. Actually, he already thought of a good name for the black panther but was taking more time intentionally so that it won't think its name is fake again. The depressed aura around the black panther also disappeared, and it was now looking at Evan with a hopeful gaze. Soon more than 15 seconds passed by. Aqua was already looking at the black panther with narrowed eyes. It was ready to initiate a name exchange challenge. Alright, from now on your name will be Eclipse. After some time, when Evan thought it was enough, he finally opened his eyes and said. The room was silent, but Evan can feel the tension in the air. The undead body of Eclipse was trembling under the piercing gaze of 3 shadow undead. Lucia, what happened to the body of the A-rank orc, you and the other 2 A-rank hunters killed? Evan asked, trying to change the subject so that the poor Eclipse can take a breath. Besides, if he can create a shadow undead from the orc who was able to use lighting, his power will be increased greatly. Most of the bodies of the orcs including A-rank were collected by the Hunter Association. If I am not wrong, they should have already processed the body of both of the A-rank orcs, since the bodies of higher rank orcs are quite good for making armor and weapons, Lucia said, shattering his hope of getting A-rank orc as an shadow undead. But there was still one thing that made him frown. What about you? You also fought against those A-rank orcs. You did not get anything from the bodies of those orcs. We found one A-rank core from those 2 orcs. I already had a good weapon and armor, so I took the A-rank core, and gave the bodies to Aaron and Austin," Alucia said while shaking her head. "So the A-rank core I found in her storage ring was from the orc," Evan thought while nodding his head in understanding. Then he took out the illusion weaver sword from Layla's storage ring. "This is your sword, right?" Evan asked while giving the sword to Alucia. Alucia took the sword while nodding her head. "Try it, see if you can still use it or not?" Evan asked, wondering if she will receive the buffs from the sword. Alucia tried the sword and at the same time used her skill. After a few moments, she stopped choosing her skills and said with a smile, "The sword is perfect. I don't feel any difference from before." When Evan heard her, he sighed in relief. He was afraid that his shadow undead might not be able to use weapons properly, just like how they are not able to use cores to increase their ranks now. After Alucia confirmed there was no problem for shadow undead using weapons, Evan took out the Eldritch Tree Club which he got from the B-rank orc during the Orc Den mission. "Necros," Evan said while tossing the tree club towards it. "Necros is a humanoid monster just like orcs, and this club was a perfect weapon for it." Necros caught the club and looked at it with shining eyes. "Use it well," Evan said when Necros caught the club. Currently, Evan is dirt poor and can get millions of credits if he sells this Eldritch Tree Club, but increasing his power is more important than money. If Necros can use the club, probably its strength will definitely increase. Besides, now that Alucia can take Layla's place as the guild master, Evan wasn't concerned about money. Soon the treasury of the Sacred Heart Guild will be under his control. Grrrr, just like last time. Aqua growled at Necros, seeing it got a weapon from its master. It was challenging Necros for the right of weapon. Hearing Aqua, Necros did not respond and once again showed a smug smile. Evan was speechless when he saw this. He really wanted to ask Aqua how the hell it is going to use that tree club. Even if it got it, it is not like it can use the tree club like Necros, who has human-like hands and can lift the club. Is this fool thinking about holding the club in its mouth and swinging it here and there? Evan can't help but mumbled, thinking the IQ of Aqua is quite low. Evan looked at Eclipse and was even more speechless when he saw it was looking at him with hopeful eyes. "Don't tell me you want a high-tech transformation suit as a weapon," Evan thought and ignored all of them. For some reason he was feeling not a single one of his shadow undead is normal. Aqua is a fool of the group with a low IQ. Evan doesn't even want to talk about Necros. He doesn't know what this guy is thinking, but there is a smug smile on its face all the time, like it will lose money if he doesn't show that smile. Layla, well, what he can say about her? Currently, she was the most troublesome for him. Since she is going to be the guild master of the Sacred Heart, she will be staying here and will not go back with him when he will return to Astrate City. But whenever he sees her devotee-like expressions, his heart can't help but shudder, thinking that she will turn the guild into a cult if he left her alone. And the last one, Eclipse, what can Evan say about him? There was just one thing that came into his mind whenever he see it. Yibump, I am feeling like I suddenly became a sect master of a shady sect, and got a bunch of troublesome disciples. The more he looked at them, the more he felt they are not undead. All of them act like they are still alive. The only difference is that now they have different bodies than before. Well, it doesn't matter what they are, because even though they are troublesome, I don't hate this feeling, Evan said while smiling a little. Maybe, because he was alone most of the time, he was feeling quite good knowing that there will be some people with him all the time ready to help him at any moment. Now that I am at C rank and got a bunch of disciples, I can finally enter the B rank dungeon and finish my business in Aquaville City, Evan said, and looked at Aqua and others. He was quite excited to see how they will perform in a B rank dungeon. He also wanted to test his power against B rank monsters without using shadow energy. It will be quite interesting when I will clear B rank dungeon solo, Evan said and smiled, thinking about his dungeon expedition. Alucia, contact her and tell what I told you earlier, Evan said to Alucia while throwing a communication crystal towards her. He found it in her storage ring. Alucia told him earlier most of the time Sarah contact her through communication crystal instead of a phone because it is safer than mobile phones. Lucia caught the crystal and came near Evan before contacting Sarah. "Where are you? You were supposed to be here yesterday." It didn't take long before Evan heard a female voice from the other side of the crystal. From the voice, she doesn't sound older, which surprised him because he thought she will be an old hag with a hoarse voice. After hearing the voice, Lucia looked at Evan, who nodded his head. Seeing Evan nodding his head, Lucia took a deep breath and death eth1/2 register death eth negation xt.eth by ch. "Do you want to kill me?" Lucia shouted like an enraged lioness, like her cubs were being threatened by someone. Evan, who was at the side, was stunned and looked at her with his mouth wide open. "Miss Undead, I just asked you to act a little angry, not to go ahead and call her a by ch." Evan genuinely wanted to ask Lucia if is she not afraid of death, calling an S-rank hunter a bitch, but he stopped when he remembered she is really not afraid of death. "What do you mean?" Unexpectedly, Sarah was not angry after hearing Lucia and asked her in a confused voice, acting all innocent now. "Her bitch. Didn't you tell me mast? I mean that Evan is just a D+ rank hunter," Lucia shouted once again, almost calling Evan master. Evan was sweating at the side, feeling he should have practiced with her before letting her call Sarah. "Yes, when he left the Astrate City he was a D+ rank hunter," Sarah said, feeling even more confused. "Ha ha ha." Lucia started to laugh, but anyone who can hear this laugh can instantly tell that it was a laugh filled with anger. Evan was astonished after seeing her. If not for the fact that he knew she is acting, he would have genuinely thought that she is holding the anger of the entire world inside her. "D+ rank, who are you trying to fool?" "He is at B rank," Lucia said in a trembling tone, like she was trying to control herself. "What?" A shocked voice sounded from the other end of the crystal. "Don't act like you are shocked. I know you don't like me much, but was it necessary to scheme against me like this?" Lucia shouted out loud in a trembling tone, like she is on the verge of crying. Evan already took out his phone and started to search for a trophy that looks similar to Oscar. "Look Layla, I don't know what happened and why are you so angry, but believe me, I didn't do anything. Can you first tell me what exactly happened?" Sarah said while taking deep breaths. She was becoming more and more confused after hearing Lucia. Lucia smiled when she heard Sarah, but her face was filled with anger. It was a strange scene where her mouth was smiling while her face was filled with anger. Seeing her, Evan finally realized the grand level of acting. All actors in the movies are just so. Sarah heard Lucia taking deep breaths, trying to calm down. She did not rush her and waited for her to calm down, thinking something big must have happened. "I don't know if you are behind this or not, but I will trust you this time." Sarah heard Lucia's voice after some time. "I caught the boy you told me around a month ago without any problem and did what you asked me to do. I was busy dealing with the matters of my guild, so I asked Droin, the guy who appeared in Chap 210, to take care of him. He used all of his signature techniques on him, torturing him every day with different methods. But since he was just a D+ rank hunter, I asked him not to go overboard so that he won't die because of the different kinds of tortures. Everything went according to plan, and his mind was completely broken in the past few days, or so I and Droin thought," Lucia said and paused like she was trying to arrange her thoughts. Sarah continued to hear her while paying full attention. "Yesterday after I was done with my guild matters I brought him to the airport. Since wanted to avoid unnecessary attention I used my personal jet which I bought with my lifetime savings." Evan, who was hearing at the side, stopped looking for Oscar's trophy and slowly turned to look at Lucia with his eyes wide open. "Personal jet, the jet I destroyed after waking up was her personal jet." Evan felt some invisible needles piercing his heart. If that was Lucia's personal jet, doesn't it mean if he did not destroy it yesterday, he could have kept that jet for himself? After his mind was broken he was just like a dead human, so I put him in a medical capsule inside the jet and we set off for Ravenhurst City. Lucia did not pay any attention to Evan, who was feeling depressed after knowing he destroyed his chance of having personal jet, and continued to tell Sarah her fake story. "Everything was fine for the first few hours. I was sleeping because I was working very hard for the past few days. But after around 3 hours I felt a strange aura coming out from the medical capsule. At first, I was confused about what was happening, but soon I noticed Evan, who should be unconscious, opened the medical capsule and sat up. Just looking at him I felt there was something wrong with him. The strange aura I felt was also coming out from him. I was about to make him unconscious again, but then it happened. Boom, boom. I don't know the reason, but suddenly the medical capsule in which I put him earlier exploded. The interior of the jet caught fire because of the explosion, but it was immediately resolved by the safety mechanism of the jet. But after the explosion, when I looked for Evan, I wasn't able to find him, Alicia said, while taking deep breaths from time to time, like she was still shocked by the event that happened yesterday. I was just about to look for him in the cockpit when suddenly I felt a piercing pain from the depth of my soul, and I was shocked to find out my soul was severely injured. Just as my soul was heavily injured, I saw Evan appearing there. And the shocking thing was that the aura around him was that of B-rank hunter, Lucia said, and paused for time. Sia was shocked when she heard Layla's soul was injured. Just what kind of skill can injure the soul of an A-rank hunter instantly? Sarah thought and continued to listen to Lucia. I don't know what kind of skill he used to make himself disappear or how he injured my soul, but he instantly attacked me after coming out. Because my soul was severely injured, I wasn't able to fight against him properly. Even though his power was at the beginning of the B rank, he took advantage of my injured soul and tried to kill me. I used all of my skills and a life-saving artifact to save myself at that time. In the end, the jet was destroyed because of our fight, but I somehow managed to escape from there. After escaping, I thought I was safe, but that Evan had a skill that allows him to fly even though he was just B rank while in midair. He once again used another strange skill and I lost more than 80% of my mana instantly. If I am not wrong, it was definitely a unique skill that can drain someone's mana even from a long range. My soul was damaged and I lost most of my mana. At the last moment, in order to save my life, I used an escape scroll that I got after clearing a dungeon some time ago, Lucia said, and paused there. Sarah was shocked after hearing Lucia. Actually, Evan was also a little shocked by the story-making ability of Lucia. He didn't tell her anything in detail and just told her roughly what to say, but she went a step ahead and became a proper storyteller. But it's not like it is a bad thing, Evan said while eating some peanuts. He was fully enjoying how Lucia was fooling an S-rank hunter. But my luck turned out to be worse because when I used the escape scroll to teleport away, I was teleported near 2 A-rank monsters. I was already out of mana and my soul was injured, but in the end, I was somehow able to escape from them. Even though I escaped from them, I was heavily injured by those A-rank monsters. My armor was completely destroyed. I lost my sword while fighting against them, Lucia said while gritting her teeth like she was on the verge of exploding because of losing her armor and weapon. With great difficulty, I came back to the city, avoiding monsters of the wilderness. I wanted to find that guy Evan, but when I returned I found that guy already informed the Hunter Association about this incident, and he even found out that it was Dark Guild who kidnapped him. It was a good thing I was using a different appearance with the help of my skill when I kidnapped him. If I didn't alter my appearance as a precaution before, I am afraid I would have already been caught by the Hunter Association. Moreover, now the people of the Hunter Association are keeping a close eye all over the city, looking for the people of the Dark Guild. I will have to lay low for the time being and won't be able to do anything, Lucia said inside. In the end, I never thought that guy was hiding his power all along and is a B-rank hunter. Sarah didn't care much about Layla's situation and thought, looks like he was hiding his rank all along. This also explains how Carlos died. He must have been killed by Evan's surprise attack, just like how Layla was caught off guard after hearing Lucia. She was even more interested in capturing Evan. Now she was certain that Evan's physique is not normal. Don't worry about him, you don't have to do anything for now. I will take care of this matter, and believe me, I didn't know he is a B-rank hunter. After some time, Sarah said to Lucia, who was silent, "Do you think I will do anything even if you ask me in my current situation?" Lucia asked in a sneering tone and said, "I don't care what you are going to do, but I lost my jet, my sword, my armor and some valuable artifacts, all because of your wrong information. I hope you will send something satisfactory for my loss, or you can forget about asking for to do anything for you in the future." Evan looked at Lucia with his mouth wide open. He never thought that she will even try to exploit Sarah. He did not tell her to ask for anything, but the next second he closed his wide-opened mouth and gave her a thumbs up. It was obvious that whatever she will get from Sarah will belong to him. Sarah was silent for some time after hearing Lucia. Evan waited while holding his breath, hoping she will agree to give Lucia something good. "All right, I will send an armor and a new weapon for you after some time," Sarah said after some time. "Don't you think just a weapon and armor is too little for what I have gone through?" Lucia did not agree to Sarah's offer and asked with a frown on her face, "Let me make it clear, Layla. Even though the information was wrong, the target was still lower level than you. It was your fault for not being able to make a proper judgment at that time. I am giving you the armor and weapon just because I was the one who asked you to capture him, so don't try to push your luck too much," Sarah said in a cold voice after hearing Lucia. Hearing Sarah, Evan knew they won't be able to get more things from her, so he nodded his head at Lucia. "All right then, I will be waiting for my armor and weapon," Lucia said after seeing Evan nodding his head. Sarah immediately cut the communication after that. "It went better than I expected," Evan said to Lucia after Sarah cut the communication, and both of them smiled like villains who just accomplished their goal. "Now they will most likely send only high-level hunters after me," Evan said while looking outside from the window of the cab. Since Evan gave Dark Guild fake information that he is a B-rank hunter, and can even injure a A-rank hunter, he knew they will now most likely send more A-rank hunters or even an A+ rank hunter after him. Evan knew it might be dangerous because currently, he can't fight against an A-rank hunter by himself. His only A-rank shadow undead Lucia will also stay in Aquaville City, and will not come back with him, but he still did it because once his prime core healed, he will be able to increase the rank of both of his cores without any problem. Once the rank of his monarch core increases, he will be able to save more shadow undead, and at the same time, his power will also increase. Besides, he wanted to turn the hunters who come to capture him into shadow undead. If Evan wanted to create high-level shadow undead of humans in the future, he will have to kill high-level human hunters. Human shadow undead are more useful for current him because all of them will be able to use artifacts, unlike monsters. But he can't just go around and kill human hunters for no reason to create shadow undead, even though Evan knew he is not a saint, and doesn't give a SHT about the world. He is also not someone who will kill humans for no reason, but it will be a completely different story if the person wanted to harm him, and he has a feeling that Sarah will definitely send someone after him. With her help, he won't have to worry about searching for high-level human hunters. "I just hope she will send someone useful," Evan thought with a slight smile on his face. Currently, Evan is going to Verdant Wilds dungeon. It has been 2 days since Lucia told her fake story to Sarah. After telling the fake story to Sarah, Evan asked her to return to the Sacred Heart Guild. After returning, she successfully took the role of the guild master without any problem. She has memories of Layla and looks similar to her because of her skill, so no one suspected anything. With his Skillshare senses, they can contact each other whenever they wanted. It is a B-rank dungeon mainly filled with plant and animal-type monsters. He wanted the skill energy absorption that a plant-type monster named Thornbloom has. Verdant Wilds dungeon is under the control of White Luna, a silver-rank guild. Before setting off, Evan already checked that no one entered VWD, dungeon name in short, for quite some time, so he can go there. If someone entered and cleared the dungeon, it would have taken some time before the dungeon can be used again by other people. Evan was glad no one entered this dungeon for some time, and he will not have to wait to enter in it. "I forget about it, but I wonder if there was a problem in the Frozen World dungeon since I took the body of the Frost Troll from there." Evan suddenly remembered what he did in the Frost World dungeon and can't help but chuckle. Then he thought about another thing, and his eyes shined. "Now the space inside my shadow storage is very big. I can easily store the bodies of monsters that I kill, and sell them to make extra money, Evan said inside his mind, and immediately decided to rob the monsters' corpses from the VWD dungeon. He couldn't care less if something happened to the dungeon once he took away the corpses of the monsters from it. The money is more important to him. After 3 hours he finally arrived at the place where the VWD dungeon was located. Just like the Frost World dungeon, this dungeon was also covered by high walls made from special materials. Most of the dungeons inside the cities are secured like this, because if by chance a dungeon breakout occurred, these walls will be very helpful to prevent unnecessary causalities. After paying the taxi bill, Evan walked towards the only entrance he can see to go inside the high walls. 2 C-rank hunters who looks to be in their late 30s were standing guard there. Since it is a B-rank dungeon, it was normal that instead of low-level E or F-rank hunters, C-rank hunters were guarding it. Seeing Evan coming towards them, both of the guards raised their eyebrows. "Do you need something?" one of the C-rank hunters asked, because in his eyes Evan was just a D+ rank hunter, and there is no way he will go into a B-rank dungeon while being only a D+ rank hunter. "I want to enter an VWD dungeon," Evan replied while taking out a golden card from his storage ring. It was the dungeon access card that he got after getting first place in the examination. He handed the card to the guard, who took it with a dazed look on his face. "Do you know the rank of this dungeon?" After taking the card, the guard did not look at it. Instead he asked Evan. "Don't worry, I know everything about the dungeon," Evan replied, perfectly knowing why the guard asked the question. Hearing Evan, the guard finally looked at the card, and after seeing it he took out a scanner from his storage ring. He scanned the card and asked Evan one last time, "Are you sure you want to go in? This is a B-rank dungeon and one of the most troublesome at that." "Yes," Evan said with a firm expression on his face. "All right then," the guard said and pressed a button on the scanner. "Now you can use this card 9 more times," the guard said. While giving back the card, Evan already knew he can use the card for only 10 times, so he wasn't surprised after hearing the guard. The guards opened the door and watched as Evan walked toward the portal in the distance. "Young people these days are very reckless," the guard muttered while watching Evan going towards the portal. Soon Evan arrived before a green color portal, which was the entrance of the VWD. The energy fluctuations coming out from the portal are far more powerful than the fluctuations of the Frozen World dungeon, Evan muttered and took a deep breath. He glanced at his shadow for a moment and stepped forward with a confident smile on his face. After entering the dungeon, Evan found himself in a large open area. There were some trees in the area with some grass covering the ground. Verdant Wilds dungeon is a flawless dungeon just like a Shadow Kingdom, but compared to Shadow Kingdom dungeon, the VWD is tens of times bigger. There are different kinds of areas inside this dungeon, where different kinds of monsters can be found, like the monster Thornbloom, which Evan wanted to look for, can be found on the west side of the dungeon. The west side of the dungeon is a desert. There is a large forest on the east side of the dungeon, a swamp on the north side, and a mountain terrain area in the direction of the south. To clear the dungeon, one has to reach at the end of one of the 4 directions. Since Evan is going to the west side, he will have to cross the desert and reach its end. After reaching at the end of the desert, he will be able to enter the boss room, and after killing it he will be able to clear the dungeon. But before going to west, I will have to take care of them, Evan muttered when he saw some monsters in front of him. Evan narrowed his eyes as Aqua, Necros, and Eclipse came out from his shadow storage. There were 4 B-rank monsters in front of him. 2 were vine crawlers, a monster that was 5 meters tall and looks like a dark green tree covered in hundreds of vines. 2 deep red eyes were shining at the middle of its body, giving it an eerie look. The other 2 were Mossisperers, a monster who looks like a giant mass created from rotten moss. Mossisperers can manipulate the plant life around them, and are very dangerous if someone faces them in a place full of plant life like a forest. Both Mossisperers quickly made their move when they saw Evan and Shadow Undead. In just a second, they took control of all the plant life within 150 meters of the area around them. The trees, vines, grass, even the underground roots were under their control. All the trees in the surroundings shook as their leaves shot out towards Evan and others like sharp blades. The ground was split open and the roots of the trees came out trying to wrap around their feet along with nearby grass to restrict their movements. Both of the vine crawlers didn't stand on ceremonies and also made their moves. The hundreds of vines on their bodies lit up and dark green smoke started to come out from them. Whoosh! Both vine crawlers controlled their vines and attacked Evan and Shadow Undead along with moss iperas. There were hundreds of leaf blades, poisonous vines of the vine crawlers, roots, grass and many other things coming in Evan's direction, but his expression didn't change. Finish them quickly, they are not our target. Just as Evan said, Aqua, Necros and Eclipse moved at the same time. The purple flames inside Aqua's eyes turned light blue, and it covered Evan and itself in a water barrier. Necros stepped forward and used one of its skills, Strength Enhancement, that can increase its strength by 100%. Normally a user won't be able to use this kind of skill for a long time, and will even receive a backlash because of pushing his body to beyond its limit. Before dying, Necros was the same and used this skill only as a last option because it took a great toll on its body. But now the situation is completely different. Now Necros doesn't have to worry about any kind of backlash, even if its body is heavily damaged. Evan can heal it instantly with his mana. Crimson color smoke started to come out from Necros's black skin, and a dominating aura exploded outward from its body. Necros held the Eldritch Tree Club with both of its hands. The muscles of its hands bulge out, and it used another one of its skills, Meteorite Fist. But instead of channeling its strength through its fist, Necros channeled its strength into the Eldritch Tree Club and swung it into a 360° arc. Boom! A loud sonic explosion happened. The ground tens of meters of the area around Necros was shattered, and the grass and the roots coming out from the ground were instantly destroyed by the sonic waves. All the leaf blades that were coming in their direction were blown away along with the poisonous vines of the vine crawlers. The trees that were being controlled by the moss whispers were uprooted and rendered useless. The water barrier that was covering Evan shook fiercely and Aqua used more of its mana to reinforce it. With just a single attack, Necros resolved all the attacks of vine crawlers and moss whispers. If Necros wasn't injured back then, I am sure Aqua would have never been able to kill it, Evan thought when he saw how powerful Necros's attack was. While Necros resolved the attack, Eclipse didn't stay idle. Even before dying, Eclipse was a Shadow Panther, and had many skills related to Shadow. Now, after truing into a Shadow Undead, all of its skills were actually more powerful than before because of the influence of the Shadow energy. When Evan turned it into an undead using Shadow energy, all of its Shadow types skills received a great boost in power. Eclipse used Shadow Valley, a stealth type skill, and disappeared from its place. Using Shadow Valley, it appeared behind one of the vine crawlers silently and used its skill Shadow Claw. Whoosh! The claw of Eclipse shined like the sharpest sword in the world and it slashed at the vine crawler. The vines covering the body of the vine crawler were instantly destroyed and a green liquid gushed out. Roar! The vine crawler roared in pain, but Eclipse used its high agility and slashed at the same place 2 more times before the vine crawler can react properly. The body of the vine crawler was almost halved into 2 pieces as a large amount of green blood came out from its body, and it dropped to the ground writhing in pain. Only when the first vine crawler dropped to the ground, the second one reacted and attacked Eclipse using its vines, but Eclipse once again used its Shadow Valley skill and disappeared from its place. Boom! Suddenly a loud booming sound echoed out, and Necros, who already resolved the earlier attacks of the 4 monsters, jumped into the air using its monstrous strength. A deep crater appeared on the ground and the vine crawler saw a one-eyed monster coming down from the sky while smashing a tree club at it. Boom! Evan felt the entire floor of the dungeon shake as a giant dust cloud rose in the sky. Debris of shattered ground flew everywhere and everything within 200 meters of the area was completely destroyed. There was only one word that came into Evan's mind after seeing Necros acting so recklessly: Fouquet. Soon the dust cloud settled down and Evan saw the vine crawler turn into meat paste because of Necros's attack. But what shocked him even more was Necros's condition. It was missing one of its arms and the most of its body was in a complete mess. Because of its powerful attack, The vine crawler who was injured by Eclipse was also dead. Aqua removed the barrier around them and shot a water gun attack at one of the Moss Whisperers. The defense of the Moss Whisperer was very low because it was just a mass of rotten moss. With just a single attack, Aqua killed one of the Moss Whisperers. Eclipse, who disappeared earlier, suddenly appeared behind the last Moss Whisperer and killed it with a Shadow Claw. When Eclipse killed the last Moss Whisperer and its body disappeared, a dark green B-rank core dropped from its body. Evan ignored Aqua and Eclipse, and walked towards Necros, who was heavily injured because of using strength enhancement to its limits. Even though its body was in a complete mess, Evan can see there was no painful expression on Necro's face. Instead, it was smiling. Having a body that can't be destroyed is truly a great advantage, Evan thought, and arrived before Necros. When Evan came near Necros, he saw it was missing one of its hands and its body was heavily injured from all over the places. Seeing Evan, Necros stopped choosing strength enhancement and the crimson aura stopped coming out from its body. "Let's see," Evan muttered and used his mana to heal Necros. Mana rushed out from his monarch core, and Evan saw Necros's body start to return to normal at a speed visible to the naked eyes. In less than 3 seconds Necros returned to normal, which surprised Evan because he thought it will take more time. But what was most surprising for him was the amount of the mana that he used to heal Necros. "The mana consumption is lower than I expected," Evan thought, feeling relieved. With his current amount of mana, and his mana recovery speed, Evan felt there won't be any problem even if he will have to heal more shadow undead. Previously, Evan wanted to tell Necros don't act recklessly like this again because he wasn't sure how much mana he will have to use to heal them, but after seeing he doesn't need much mana to heal them, he didn't say anything to it. When Necros was fully healed, it looked at Aqua and showed its signature smug smile. It was obvious that Necros was telling Aqua that it is stronger than it. Evan ignored both of the muscle heads and went towards Eclipse, who was the only one with the brain. Eclipse already collected the core dropped by the Moss Whisperer, and even checked the bodies of the other 3 monsters, but it did not find any core in the bodies of the other 3 monsters. "Good job, Eclipse," Evan said to Eclipse while patting its head. He also took the core from Eclipse and put it away. Since his prime core is still damaged, he can't absorb any core. Even if he collected many cores of the Thornbloom monster who has energy absorption skill, he won't be able to absorb their cores for now and get the skill. But Evan was not concerned about this fact. Since he can't absorb them for now, he will just collect all the cores that he can collect from Thornbloom monsters, and will absorb them after his prime core recovers. Even if he doesn't get the skill in the future after absorbing all the cores that he will collect, he can just task Elucia to send a team from the guild in the Verdant Wilds dungeon to farm cores of Thornblooms. Eclipse purred like a cat and rubbed its head against Evan's head when he patted it. "Did you receive something after turning into Shadow Undead? Earlier I felt your Shadow Valley and Shadow Claw skills were more powerful than normal," Evan asked while rubbing its head. The Vine Crawler was also a B-rank monster just like Eclipse, and its defense is above average compared to other monsters, but just by using a basic skill like Shadow Claw, Eclipse heavily injured the Vine Crawler, which is not normal. Eclipse shook its head while saying something. "You did not receive anything new, but your skills became more powerful after turning into Shadow Undead," Evan said in a surprised voice after hearing Eclipse. Evan was confused for a moment after hearing Eclipse because the skills of Necros and others were still the same and their power did not increase, but it did not take him long to realize what was going on. Eclipse was a Shadow Panther and most of its skills were related to shadows before I turned it into Shadow Undead. Maybe because of shadow energy the power of skills related to shadow increased, Evan thought, and find it possible. Just as Evan thought it, another thing come into his mind. After reaching to C rank, my shadow storage skill is also upgraded. Could it be my other skills related to shadows also? Evan thought and quickly opened his status window to look at the details of his skills. He first looked at dimensional shadow bullets, and just as he expected, this skill was also upgraded. The range of his dimensional shadow bullet increased from 20 meters to 50 meters. Now he can use shadows within 50 meters around him to shoot shadow bullets, plus the number of shadow bullets also increased from 5 to 6, and the chances of the blindness effect being activated is now 8% instead of the previous 5%. After looking at the dimensional shadow bullet, he looked at the details of ice chains and found it was still the same. Details of wind manipulation were also the same and it did not change. Looks like my guess was right and only my skills related to shadows were upgraded, Evan muttered and looked at the details of Shadow Walk. There was no change in the details of his Shadow Walk skill, but he knew the stealth effect of his Shadow Walk skill is way better than before. In future I should try to gather some shadow cores and get skills from them, to see if they will be upgraded because of shadow energy or not, Evan said and sat down at the back of Eclipse. He did not collect the bodies of the moss whisperers and vine crawlers because, well, a certain one-eyed shadow undead turned both of the vine crawlers into meat paste, and moss whisperers were nothing but a mass of rotten moss. Let's go. Eclipse 7 patted Eclipse's head and indicated it to move into west direction where the desert is located and thorn blooms can be found. Roar. For the first time after turning into a shadow undead, Eclipse roared out loud and started to run in the direction of the desert. Aqua and Necros, who were bickering, saw their master riding on Eclipse's back and leaving from there. Both of them looked at each other and instantly stopped arguing as they also ran after Eclipse. Finally, we are here, Evan said while narrowing his eyes because of the bright sunlight. Currently, he was standing at the top of the hill while looking at the endless desert in front of him. After traveling for more than 10 hours, Evan finally reached at his destination. While traveling they encounter many B and B+ rank monsters, but they were no match for Evan and his shadow undead, so he got some extra cores from them. Another thing that made him happy was the fact that his shadow undead doesn't get tired and have unlimited stamina. While coming here they didn't rest even for a moment, but they were still in their top condition. If Evan come here by himself, it would have taken him at least 1 day to reach here. But since he was riding on Eclipse who can run all day without getting tired, he reached here so early. According to what I read about this dungeon, there is a den of thorn bloom monsters inside the desert. On the internet it was mentioned to avoid that den because their number is very high and it is very hard to deal with them, Ivna said and patted Eclipse's head, indicating it to move forward. But it is a good thing for me that there will be hundreds of thorn bloom monsters. With their numbers, I will not have to worry about not being able to gather enough cores to get the skill I wanted. Eclipse was standing at the top of the hill which was more than 100 meters high, but when Evan patted its head, it moved forward without hesitation. Just as Eclipse took a step forward, a water slide which was going all the way down to the hill appeared, and Eclipse slid downwards at the rapid speed, arriving at the bottom of the hill in seconds. Necros and Aqua also followed suit and came down from the mountain using the water slide. After they came down, Aqua stopped using its skill and the water slide disappeared. Just as Evan came down, and Eclipse's feet touched the sand, he felt the surrounding temperature rising. Just as I read on the internet, the temperature will increase the moment we enter the desert, Evan muttered, feeling the surrounding temperature. The temperature in the desert was around 68 degrees Celsius. Even though the temperature was quite high, with his high constellation it was no problem for him to endure this much heat. The high temperature just made him a bit uncomfortable and nothing more. Well, I have Aqua with me, I can ask it to make a small pool for me if the temperature starts to bother me, Evan thought while feeling great that he have Aqua with him. Let's go, Eclipse, he said to Eclipse, who charged inside the desert completely unaffected by the temperature. Evan also took his Wind Fury sword and used wind manipulation to coat it with the wind element. Other than plant types of monsters, there are many other dangerous monsters in the desert, like the sand serpent and desert scorpion, which blend perfectly with the sand and can travel through underground to attack you by surprise. Rumble. Evan didn't move for long before the sand around him started to shake. Eclipse stopped moving and looked around it vigilantly. Necros and Aqua also stopped not far away from Evan. Whoosh! Suddenly the sand in front of them rose, and a small 10 meters tall sand tornado formed there. The sand particles inside the tornado were spinning at a rapid speed, looking like small sharp needles. Suddenly the sand tornado exploded, sending sharp sand in all directions. Evan created a wind barrier in front of him, stopping the sharp sand coming towards him and Eclipse. When the sand tornado exploded, a 5 meters tall serpent with light yellow scales and deep orange eyes appeared before him. The yellow scales on its body were shining brightly because of the sunlight, and the aura around it was that of B+ rank. A sand serpent, Evan muttered, seeing the sand serpent. After appearing, the sand serpent attacked at him and Eclipse, who were closeted to it. It opened its mouth and sand vortex, which was 5 meters wide, shot toward Evan and Eclipse like it wanted to swallow them. "Don't interfere," Evan said to Aqua and Necros, who were about to charge at Sand Serpent for attacking their master. When they heard Evan's voice and stopped, seeing the sand vortex, Evan narrowed his eyes, his grip on the sword hilt tightened. The wind fury, which was covered in wind particles, shone with green light, and he vertically slashed at the incoming vortex. All the wind element that he gathered on his sword all this time turned into a long wind blade that shot toward the incoming sand vortex. The sand vortex clashed against the wind blade as the surrounding wind instantly became chaotic. A sandstorm formed because of the clash of two powerful attacks as the sand flew in all directions, creating some sand dunes. Evan jumped down from Eclipse's back and charged towards the sand serpent while using wind manipulation to stop the chaotic wind and sand particles coming in his direction. Hiss! The sand serpent hissed in anger, seeing Evan coming in its direction. Suddenly the sand around the serpent shook, and tens of sand balls the size of baseball came out from the ground. The orange eyes of the serpent shined brightly and all the sand balls shot towards Evan like meteorites. Seeing sand balls coming towards him, Evan's eyes flashed as he used his newly gained skill Temporal Velocity. Just as he activated the skill, the sand balls which were coming towards him slowed down in his eyes. He was instantly able to see the clear trajectory of all the incoming sand balls, and knew which sand ball he can dodge and which sand ball he has to block. When sand balls arrived before him, he did not slow down and using his increased agility easily dodged most of the sand balls while moving forward. Wind fury was flashing with wind element as he cut down the sand balls that he wasn't able to dodge. Just as Evan thought he is about to reach the serpent, a sand pillar shot out from below his feet, sending him fly 20 meters high in the sky. Hiss! After sending Evan flying, the serpent hissed and shot out a sand vortex toward Evan, who was in midair. Damn it! Evan looked at the sand vortex and used shadow wings to dodge it at the last second, but the sand vortex still touched his shoulder and his crimson hell armor was instantly destroyed from that area as a deep wound appeared on his shoulder. Evan wasn't surprised seeing the armor was destroyed so easily. After all, it was just a C+ rank armor while the serpent is a B+ rank monster. He ignored the wound on his shoulder and arrived above the sand serpent using shadow wings. He slashed at the serpent from above, and all the wind that he gathered since the fight started turned into a wind blade that shot towards the serpent. Hiss! The serpent felt a lethal threat from the wind blade and tried to move away from there while raising a sand wall to stop the wind blade, but just as the serpent was about to move away, it felt a terrible headache like someone was stabbing needles in its mind. Puchy! Before the serpent could understand what happened, the wind blade arrived before it and struck it right at its head. Red blood gushed out from the serpent's head, dyeing its vision red as it hissed in pain. Evan did not miss this chance as he dived down while deactivating his mind suppression skill. While coming down, Evan started to spin his body. His sword struck the head of the serpent like a drill. Boom! The scales covering its head were easily penetrated, and wind fury dug deep inside its head. "Farewell," Evan said, and all the wind that was covering his sword turned into sharp blades that destroyed its brain. Thud! The giant body of the sand serpent fell to the ground and Evan sat down on its head while exhaling a deep breath. Sand serpents is just an above average B+ rank monster, but it still took some effort for me to kill it. If I consider all the things, my power should be around the peak of B+ rank. Evan stood up and looked at the dead serpent. Once my prime core also advanced to C rank, I shouldn't have any problem dealing with any B+ rank monster, Evan thought, and smiled a little. He was quite pleased with his current power, especially with his spiritual strength. Earlier he used mind suppression on the sand serpent, and the result was surprising. Previously his spiritual power was even weaker than a D-rank hamster, but now it is already on par or even higher than a B+ rank monster. I wonder what was the thing that I absorbed after passing out that made my soul so powerful, Evan thought while drinking a healing potion to stop the bleeding of his shoulder. I should create a shadow undead that can use healing magic. It will be very helpful for me, Evan thought, and jumped down from the head of the serpent. Eclipse. Evan called Eclipse and asked it to look for the core. With its sharp claw, it was quite easy for it to slash the scales of the serpent and look for the core. After 1 minute Eclipse took out a core and handed it to Evan, who put it inside his shadow storage. Now after putting away the core, Evan looked at the serpent and smiled. Shadow Resurrection. Evan used Shadow Resurrection skill. He felt shadow energy coming out from his monarch core and going into the body of the sand serpent. He carefully looked at how much energy was being used since the last time he wasn't able to pay attention to it. The energy consumption is not much, Evan thought after seeing his monarch core was still full of shadow energy. Now his shadow energy is at C rank and he can use it to create a large amount of shadow undead before it runs out. The shadow resurrection did not fail, and soon a black serpent rose in front of him. Seeing the serpent, Evan was pleased since it will be quite useful for him in this desert. Evan used shadow storage and put away the body of the sand serpent to sell it later. Then he once again sat down on Eclipse's back, move through the underground, and bring out any monster who is hiding to ambush us, Evan said to the serpent, who immediately dove inside the ground. Eclipse also started to move forward while Necros and Aqua followed from behind. Evan used sure senses and saw the sand serpent moving underground just a little far away from them. Suddenly through the sand serpent, he saw a worm-like monster who was hiding within the ground waiting for prey. Sandworm. Evan recognized the monster and saw the sand serpent rushing towards it. The sandworm was startled after seeing a black-colored serpent coming toward it because it never saw a serpent like this before. Boom! Suddenly some distance away from Evan, sand burst forth and the serpent came out from the ground along with the sandworm. The sandworm was also a B+ rank monster, and its fighting power was similar to the sand serpent. Both of them were attacking each other trying to gain advantage, but it was clear that the sandworm was having difficulty because sand serpent can completely ignore the injuries but worm can't. But Evan doesn't want to waste too much time, so he signaled Aqua to help the sand serpent. Aqua opened its mouth and used one of its skills, Hydro Cannon. A concentrated beam of pressurized water with tremendous force came out from its mouth going straight towards the sandworm. Some sand dunes that came in the way of the beam were blasted away as the beam directly struck the sandworm. The worm was thrown away from the sand serpent as a large hole appeared on its body and red blood gushed out. The sand serpent took advantage of it and shot a sand vortex towards the worm, who wasn't able to avoid it. Soon the sandworm died and Evan moved toward its body while still sitting on Eclipse's back. He looked for the core but didn't find anything. After not finding the core, Evan used Shadow Resurrection once again and a black sandworm appeared in front of him. Even though he can only save 5 shadow undead, there is no limit to how many shadow undead he can create. The shadow undead which are not saved will disappear in 1 hour, but Evan did not care about it. Now let's create my temporary army, Evan said, and Eclipse once again moved forward. Shadow Sandworm and Serpent once again went into the underground, keeping an eye on other monsters. 5 hours later, hiss, around 10 poisoned sand scorpions hissed in painful voices as their face was filled with despair. Black-colored sand serpents, sandworms, desert crawlers, sunfire cacti and many different kinds of monsters attacked on them at the same time. There were around 30 black-colored monsters who were attacking at the group of the scorpions. Poisoned sand scorpions are one of the most dangerous predators of the VWD desert. Because of being able to use poison and sand element at the same time, they are more powerful than the monsters who are at the same rank as them. Most of the time, if a team of hunter encounter a group of sand scorpions, they can just run away from them because dealing with them is not easy. But in front of those 30 black-colored monsters, The group of sand scorpions was not able to last long before all of them were bombarded to death by different kinds of attacks. It ended earlier than I expected, Evan muttered and walked towards the dead group of the scorpions. He first looked for the cores and found 3 cores, 1 B+ rank and 2 B rank from the 10 scorpions. Suddenly Evan saw one of the sandworms who was standing near him disappear. "It's 1 hour is over," Evan muttered, but did not care about the worm who disappeared. He looked at the 10 poisoned sand scorpions and used shadow resurrection. Soon 7 black scorpions rose in front of him while 3 failed. Evan once again used shadow resurrection on the remaining 3 scorpions and successfully tuned them into shadow undead as well. "Let's move forward." Evan nodded his head in satisfaction and sat down on Eclipse's back once again. A small army of 39 shadow undead stood behind him as he once again started to move. Just as Evan started to move, he heard a mesmerizing voice and his eyes turned hazy. Suddenly Evan heard a mesmerizing humming sound and a sweet aroma assaulted his nose. Smelling the aroma, Evan's mind became hazy and his eyes turned unfocused. He jumped down from Eclipse's back and started to walk in a different direction, but the next second his spiritual power surged and he immediately came back to his senses. What the hell was that? Just as Evan came back to his senses, he felt goosebumps rising all over his body. He wasn't able to understand what just happened. Suddenly he once again heard the mesmerizing voice and smelled the same aroma. He felt something was trying to invade his mind, but this time he was ready and used his spiritual power and easily blocked it. Evan looked at his shadow undead and saw they were unaffected by the sound and smell. Soon he remembered a piece of information that he read while looking at the details of this dungeon and finally understood what was happening. "Looks like my luck is not just for show," Evan said and immediately jumped back on the back of Eclipse. He carefully heard the voice and ordered Eclipse to move in its direction. Evan summoned back all the shadow undead who can't travel underground back to his shadow. Only Necros and Aqua were left with him, while the shadow undead who can travel through the ground went underground to keep watch and drag out any monster who tried to sneak attack on him. After 5 minutes of traveling, Evan saw an oasis. Seeing the oasis, a smile appeared on his face. "So I was right," Evan muttered, looking at the oasis. The humming sound and the sweet smell was way stronger than before near the oasis, but Evan was still able to resist it with his spiritual power. When he was 200 meters away from the oasis, he used shadow wings and flew high in the air. The oasis was surrounded by lush trees, so he wasn't able to see what was inside it from the ground, which is why he used his wings. When he came high in the sky, he saw only the outer area of the oasis was filled with trees, while in the middle of the oasis, a small 100 square meters wide water pond was located. The water pond was covered in a rainbow-colored barrier. The water of the pond was crystal clear and a rainbow-colored flower with 7 petals was blooming in the middle of it. From time to time the flower was shaking and releasing a rainbow-colored smoke which was spreading in all directions. After spreading the rainbow-colored smoke, the flower was making a mesmerizing sound. As expected, "It is a mirage blossom flower," Evan muttered after seeing the flower. Mirage blossom is a rare plant-type monster specialized in spiritual attacks. When Evan was looking at the details of VWD, he read about this special plant-type monster. In the details, it was mentioned that on a very rare occasion, there is a chance that you might encounter a mirage blossom flower inside the desert of VWD. This plant-type monster appears very rarely and it is quite valuable. The body and the roots of this flower can be used to create a potion called Soul Strengthening Potion that can increase the power of your soul. Currently, Evan's soul power is already very high and a potion made from this kind of flower won't increase his soul power. But there are many people who will willingly pay him millions of credits for this flower. It was written that the entire oasis is the territory of the Mirage Blossom and it can even control the trees and other things present inside the oasis. Evan muttered and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Too bad this kind of thing is useless against me who has a walking war machine with him," he said, and came down from the sky. In the details, it was also mentioned that if you encounter a mirage blossom flower, you should avoid it because it is very hard to deal with it, and even if you defeat it, you won't be able to bring the flower out from the dungeon. But Evan, who has a title rule breaker, this is a big opportunity to make some money. Necros smash, Evan said to Necros while pointing at the oasis. Hearing Evan, a wide smile appeared on Necros's face. It stepped forward and the eye at the middle of its forehead lit up with red light. A large amount of energy gathered inside its eye, and after 5 seconds a scarlet-colored beam shot toward the oasis. The trees in the outer area along with vines were ripped apart and immediately disintegrated, but there were still many trees left inside the oasis. A deep crimson aura started to come out from Necros's body as it once again used its strength enhancement skill. Boom! The muscles all over its body bulged out as it jumped high in the sky, appearing around 70 meters above the oasis. Evan saw the leg muscles of Necros were ripped apart because of using so much force while jumping. After arriving above the oasis, the crimson aura around it intensified even more as it used strength enhancement to its limits and turned into a burning sun. Whoosh! Necros folded its body like a ball and shot downwards like a meteorite. Boom! It crashed at the other end of the oasis where most of the trees were left after its earlier beam attack. All the remaining trees and any other things which were inside the oasis were blasted away, scattering in different directions. The lush oasis turned into a barren land in an instant, and only the pond, which was covered in a cracks-filled rainbow-colored barrier, was completely unaffected by the attack. The shockwaves were so powerful that even though Evan was 200 meters away from the oasis, he felt the ground below his feet shaking. Is this guy want to annihilate dinosaurs or something? Evan was completely speechless seeing what Necros just did. Earlier, when he told it to smash the oasis, he thought it will destroy it just like how it smashed the vine crawler and destroyed a large area at that time, but he never thought it will take it to the next level this time. Evan slowly walked towards the oasis, or the place where the oasis was located a moment ago. He looked at the barrier covering the pond but ignored it for the time being, and walked toward the wide crater some distance away from the pond. The crater was 20 meters wide and 5 meters deep. When Evan looked down in the crater, and his eyes can't help but twitch, in the middle of the crater, Necros was laying with half of its body missing, but on its face, there was still its signature smug smile. Evan can't help but wonder if Necros is a masochist, seeing it was still smiling. It took more mana to heal Necros completely, which was expected since its injuries were more severe than last time. After healing Necro, Evan finally came before the barrier in which the flower was located. Evan used Shadow Walk and passed through the barrier without even trying to break it. When he passed through the barrier, his smell and the sound flower was making was very strong, but Evan used his spiritual power to protect his mind and arrived near the flower using Shadow Wings. Other than being able to control the entire oasis, the Mirage Blossom flower doesn't have any kind of offensive skills, and its spiritual skills were useless against him. It is time we break up, my dear Poverty, Evan said while laughing, and plucked out the flower. The rainbow-colored luster around the flower dimmed a little, but Evan was not worried since it was normal. He took out a small box from his shadow storage and put it away in it. With this, my money problem is solved even without robbing the treasury of Sacred Heart Guild, Evan muttered, and was about to fly away when he suddenly noticed something in the pond. Chapter 240 Elf Waifu, Part 1. Evan looked at the crystal clear water of the pond and noticed something shining at its bottom. Is there an artifact or something inside the pond? Evan thought and dropped a fire cacti shadow undead into the water to check if there is any other monster in the pond. He used shadow senses, and after confirming there is no danger in the water, he dove inside the pond. The pond was just 5 meters deep and he arrived at its bottom easily. When he arrived at the bottom of the pond, he noticed a green-colored stone which was shining brightly. Evan came before the stone and found it was releasing a very low amount of energy fluctuation. The energy fluctuations were the same as the fluctuations that came from a dungeon portal, but it was very weak when compared to a dungeon portal. Evan narrowed his eyes seeing the stone, and something clicked into his mind. Using shadow senses, he told Aqua, Necros and Eclipse to come at the bottom of the pond. When they came down, he summoned them back into his shadow storage. Then he ordered his other shadow undead who were roaming the underground of the desert to kill any monster they found and bring their bodies near the pond. After ordering them, he looked at the green stone and touched it. Whoosh! Just as Evan touched the stone, a bright green light flashed and he disappeared from the place. Evan felt his surroundings turning blurry, and the next second he found himself standing in a completely different place. He immediately summoned back Aku and others and looked around carefully. As I thought, that was the entrance of Arunis, Evan muttered after seeing there was no monster near him. Unlike the ruins of the Frozen World dungeon, currently, he was standing at a place that looks like a forest. There were many lush trees around him while the ground was filled with fresh green grass. The sky was light blue and clouds were moving just like the outside world. The cool wind was flowing, bringing the fresh smell of forest with it. Evan turned around and saw a green portal behind him. At the same time, he noticed a giant tree not so far away from him. The tree was around 200 meters high and was the biggest tree that he can see there. Evan first used shadow wings and flew up in the air to see if he can find anything strange other than the giant tree. But when he reached 200 meters high, the same height as the giant tree, he noticed he can't go up anymore. It was like an invisible wall is blocking his way to fly up, and the blue sky is just an illusion that he can see but not touch. Evan raised an eyebrow when he wasn't able to fly up. Looks like this area is not as big as it looks, Evan muttered and looked around him, not trying to go up anymore. But after looking around, he didn't find anything odd other than the giant tree. Since there is nothing else, the monster and the treasure of the ruins should be near that tree, he said and flew towards the tree, but he landed around 200 meters away from the tree and did not dare to go there directly. He first wanted to see the situation near the tree before taking any decision. After landing, he slowly approached the tree with slow steps while looking around carefully. He was walking in the middle while Necros and others surrounded him. When he was around 100 meters away from the giant tree, he was finally able to see everything near it clearly. But when he saw what was at the bottom of the tree, his eyes nearly popped out from their sockets. At the bottom of the tree, a slender figure of a woman with long pointy ears was sitting with her eyes closed. She was wearing a long sleeveless red dress, her long, flowing gold and silver hair cascading down her back, adorned with delicate silver and emerald hair ornaments. The strands of her hair seemed to dance in the gentle breeze. Her skin, as fair and smooth as moonlight, bears a faint luminescence, hinting at her otherworldly origin. A subtle radiance seems to emanate from her, casting a gentle glow that further accentuates her innate grace and beauty. Elf waifu Evan's past life otaku took over as he blurted out with a dazed look on his face, but he quickly shook his head and returned back to his senses. What the hell is going on here? Evan still can't believe he was seeing an elf sitting in front of him. From what he read in the academy, he knew elves don't exist in Aurora world, not even in the dungeons. Has anyone found one till now? Or maybe people saw them but did not make it public, just like the facts about ruins, Evan muttered while arching his eyebrows. Suddenly he noticed something floating some distance away from the elf. When he focused, he saw there were two golden-colored fruits, the size of an apple. They must be reward for clearing the ruins, Evan said while looking back at the elf. Even though the aura around the elf was B+ rank, Evan can feel a lethal threat from her. Can she talk? Evan wondered, thinking if she can talk like humans or not. After pondering for a moment, he decided to try something. He summoned a fire cacti shadow undead from his shadow storage. The fire cacti looks like normal cactus. It was 1 meter tall and was filled with red spikes which were radiating heat. After summoning the cacti, Evan commanded it to move towards the elf. He wanted to see her reaction upon seeing the fire cacti. The cacti obeyed Evan's command and moved towards the sitting elf without any hesitation. When the fire cacti was just 50 meters away from the elf, Evan saw her amber color eyes shoot open and she disappeared from her place. Boom! The next second he wasn't even able to see what happened before a loud booming sound echoed out.